I am going to put away my bowl with my yogurt in it because I just ate my yogurt. And I'm going to get a strawberry. I'm going to chew and suckle upon the teat of a strawberry. And then I should be good. Give me a minute. We're not taking bets on when the stream is going to go off track. Oh my gosh. I'm so offended because that's so true. Come now. This is a productivity stream. In and out. 2 hours. Promise. $10 on 10 minutes? I mean, the stream is already kind of off track. Like, I started stream and then it didn't immediately hop into the yap. This is what, like, all of the cool streamers do. I set a starting soon screen for 10 minutes prior to actually streaming. Because even though I set my timer to be... Why am I cold? Like, my windows are closed. I have a blanket on. I guess I'm wearing shorts and, like, a light shirt. Why am I... Like, I'm, like, cold. Like, I want my heater. What the frick? Oh, right, I was talking about not getting distracted. Yeah, so, like, I'm offended that you would think I would ever get distracted mid-thought. For the record, that was not a bit. that was genuinely... I was... Hi. That was not a bit. That was not me being silly for the sake of being silly. That was me literally mid-thought getting distracted by being cold. The idea behind that tactic is the audience gets excited. Well, so it's not waving a treat in front of dog's face. What it really is, what I can say it is as a content creator, as a streamer. When I start, my model breaks. What the frick? What the frick? Oh my gosh, is this going to be a PNG day? It might be a PNG day. What the hecky? Hello? Okay. We might be dying here. Oh no. Oh no. Please hold. Oh gosh, I'm dying. I'm struggling. Ah! Okay. Is this working now? Am I broken? Am I... PNG explosion? There's no PNG explosion on the chat! I'm not animating. Yeah, you're right. I'm just doing, like, I'm hitting my keyframes and that's it. Of course, as soon as I go back to the pause menu, As soon as I go back to the pause screen where my model isn't present, it immediately stops breaking. Okay. Hello? Am I dead? I think I'm fine. I think I can. I think I can. I think I can. Therefore, I think I am. I think I am. I think I am. Let's not put the cart before the horse. Anyway, hi. If you don't know, I'm Arrow. I am a TTRPG VTuber. I talk about TTRPGs, writing, storytelling. I run CAIN. I used to run D&D, but I don't run D&D now. Been talking a lot of Lancer. Talk variety TTRPG systems. If you don't know me, welcome on in. We have a Q&A channel on this stream. That's one of the special things we do. Every stream, we have a Q&A. You can ask me anything you want, as long as it's within the bounds of TOS. And I will give you an answer. I've had people ask me about me. I've had people ask me for advice on their own life. I've had people ask me about like the games I run, all kinds of stuff. And the other thing is that because you're here, because you're giving me your time and your attention and your precious, precious monetized watch hours, I want to thank you. I want to acknowledge you. I want to give you the appreciation that I truly feel. So if you drop in chat, hi, hello, say one nice thing that you did today or one thing that you're planning on doing later in the day, I will respond. I'll shout you out. I'll say like, hello. Whether you are a lurker or you're an active participant or you're watching the VOD later, I think that it is fair to do this to all. Hello, Beluga and Moth and Vozen and Monty and Dire Queen and Knight and Some Dude and Caffeine and Cheese Professor and Mallow and B and DP and Anya and Harmless Chimera and Ryu, and I think I got all the way back to the beginning. Awesome. That's everyone who's saying hi already. Hi, Bees. DP's caretaker. Oh my gosh. Also, because my uni's on break, I'm very much Aeromax. Oh, so you're being very, very aromantic. Awesome. I love that for you. I'm so happy. Okay, so what are we doing today? Today is a CAIN day. Hello? CAIN? Oh, frick, yeah. Oh, did you know? I was playing frickin' Stellaris for the first time yesterday. Do you want to know how long I played Stellaris for? I had a buddy. Okay, screw CAIN. We're not talking CAIN right now. We're talking Stellaris. I played Stellaris for the first time yesterday. We did not get CAIN Yuri, no, because yesterday I did two things. First off, I had a session with Rory. Rorston VT, friend of the channel. I'm running Xeneolithic for him, my TTRPG that I made. And this is me hard launching with him. That we are going to be streaming it on my Discord is what the hard launch is. So he and I are hard launching that we are going to be on Thursdays, noon PST. We are going to be hopping on the Arrow stage. I'm going to be running Xeneolithic for him. And we're going to be just like playing through a short campaign, see where the stress points are, see what shenanigans he gets up to. Current idea is that he made a species that are all like merchants from the coast that have a caste system based on the Indian caste system that are roughly inspired by the Zora. And so he is going to be playing a leader that is the leader of a scout party to go find and settle a new village and expand the territory of the species to a new archipelago. Hello, Cinnabar. Hi, Sable. Will there be a recording? I'll be at work then. So the current plan, what I'm probably going to do, my current plan, I'll see how this feels. I'm going to talk with him about this. Stream it on the Discord. Arrowcord. It's in the link in the description if you care. And then it will be live. It will just be me running for him. It's not really going to be like a stream where I'm chatting with chat a whole bunch. It's mostly just going to be the two of us like playing the game. And then I'm going to have that be recorded, probably like just the audio via OBS because it's like theater of the mind. And I'm going to upload that to Patreon. Patreon, I'll probably make it paid for a week. Is what I'll probably do. I'll probably make it paid only for a week, and then I will make it free. So that will get a nice consistent drip feed of content for Patreon. That will be if you're a patron and if you support the Patreon and like spend $5 USD a month, you get early access, but otherwise you get it accessible. Hi, Farrell. Why did I put another question mark? I'm sleepy? You should have committed. So, how long did I play Stellaris? I played Stellaris. Let me look at Steam real quick. Let me. Steam has my stats. So we hopped on 11 a.m. PST. 11 a.m. my time, or 11:30 because I had stuff. I actually was like busy. I was doing stuff prior to hopping on, and so 11:30 PST. I ran him through the character creations in Neolithic. I made a character species with him, Neolithic. We set the grounds for session 0. I started playing, I want to say 12:30. Or let's call it 1. Let's call it 1. 1 p.m. is when I started. And I stopped at midnight. That is when I stopped playing Stellaris. And as you can see, this was all yesterday. So the good news is after about 7 hours of this, I stepped away to make dinner with my roommate, and I was busy for like an hour. That is the only time I stepped away from playing Stellaris. So really, I played for like 9 hours, not 10 hours. Can't wait for you to reach the 4 digits. Okay, so for context, for anyone who doesn't know, I do not consider myself to have 4X autism. Rory definitely does. Like Rory absolutely has like map game autism. I don't consider myself to have it. I actually really enjoy Civ, CK3, briefly Vicky 3, like Victoria 3. I had a good time with because I had like a free weekend that I actually played with Rory and like some of his other friends. He got me Stellaris because he really wanted to like talk Stellaris with me. So I played Stellaris. I played a species because what he explained it to me is that like much like CK3, much like a 4X game, which based on what he said yesterday was, I think it's explore, expand, exploit, exterminate is 4X. So explore a surrounding area, expand into that surrounding area, exploit it for its natural resources, exterminate every other species. I posted this in the Discord. But I was looking through and I'm like, I don't want to play humanoid. I did like a humanoid seems kind of cringe. Lizard people are cool. I mean, like a hive mind could be fun. I heard that robots are like super meta and super sweaty, so like I'm not gonna play a robot. And then he's like, well, no, robots like it's changed over time, so they're not really sweaty anymore. I'm like, yeah, I don't really know. So then what I decided on, I saw under the fungus portraits under the fungoids, the myconoids. One of them was like a cordyceps virus that had a mammalian host that was like a corpse. I was a necrophage, a necro something. I don't have any DLC. This was all base game. I was playing a necro, like a reanimated mammalian, effectively. And I decided the RP that I was going to go for is that I'm playing a species that, much like the 40k Necrons, are like have failing, aging bodies. I took the fleeting trait so that my leaders all die early. And their whole goal is they're looking for an escape and they're looking for immortality. And so I took the origin, which is the one that like gives you robotics. And so with the robotics origin, my species is going around and their whole thing is they're trying to like advance into a machine ascendancy. And they're trying to like transhuman their way out of being like zombies. So I haven't built any medical facilities, and I keep going for technological aspects. I keep going for like the technology of it. So the whole idea is that my species, I chose xenophile, egalitarian, what's the other one? It's not pacifist, it's not militarist, it's not spiritualist. I don't remember the other one. You probably know. Xenophile, tech, the smart one, like industrious or whatever, mechanical, whatever the one with the gears symbol is. Not egotist. It was I chose the other like spoke across from spiritualist. I thought you would have done the one where the whole pop is just one guy cloning himself. No. So what I wanted a species that is like being built forward from like the ashes of a previous species. Materialist, thank you. Materialist. So I have these three, and then I chose a technocracy as my civic. And I was debating between Shadow Council and the refugees one, like the Free Haven. I ended up going Free Haven because I like the idea that much like the Cybermen, much like AdMech, much like pre-biotransference Necrons, their whole deal is we want to ascend the weakness of flesh, and therefore all are welcome, and also we will impose this on everyone. So I went Free Haven to represent like bringing forth other species into our fold. We're xenophiles and we're egalitarian because we are not doing this as a hierarchical thing. We are doing this as we are all going to ascend whether you want to ascend or not kind of deal. And then I ended up going oligarchy because I like the idea of a select group of technocrats who are like already synthetic are leading everyone instead of like it being democratically elected. I like the idea of there being or oligarchs like controlling everything from behind the scenes, which is why I really wanted Shadow Council. I really wanted Shadow Council because I wanted it to be like, there is no election. There is no creation of a higher leading caste. It is just, there's like one super AI that taught us robotics and that they control everything and we listen to them. And that's why my advisor voice, I went the robot voice for my advisor, because I like the idea that my tutorial advisor, because obviously I'm playing the tutorial, that is like the AI that's leading my people, is teaching me how to play the game. So that was my whole like RP. That was my whole like idea behind playing. And Rory was super helpful. He was super sweet. He was telling me like all the different basic mechanics and telling me how to play the game. I love it when my friends are autistic about a game and info dump at me and teach me how to play. Get in the robot maker, my friend. You are being rescued. Please do not resist. Yes. So there's been a couple times now where I saw a tech come up. Question. How many of you know nothing about Stellaris? I'm sorry. How many of you know nothing about Stellaris? I'm speaking pretty abstracted. I'm speaking pretty like out of the weeds until I got into like civics and whatever. So Stellaris is a game. Yeah, Necrons were like probably the biggest inspiration. Stellaris is a 4X game by Paradox that looks like this. It is a map game, is often what it is called, because the way it works is that you control, like, for instance, if you are, I don't know, the United Voller Assembly, you might start off on this planet, right? Or you might start off on this system right there, and you expand out there, and you expand out there, and you expand out there. And so like you expand into all of what this territory becomes. You build space stations in these different systems, you build up mining facilities, and you bring up research stations, and then you have to both expand into the nearby systems as well as exploitive resources, and then deal with the fact that you have neighbors. So for instance, the Lives and Star Coalition only has 3 systems. They're a very small area. And like the United Vault, the UVA is very small. However, like the Babica, the something of Babica is a bit bigger. And the Tronzu Matrix is even bigger. And so you have these back and forths where maybe if you're playing the UVA, you pissed off the Matrix. And so the Matrix, which is 3 times your size and has a fleet that could crush your entire armada in a single battle, you have to plan around that. And the whole point of the game is that there's no main plot. There's no specific like story that you hit on. It is entirely diegetic storytelling of what you do with a ton of random events. So for instance, when I played the game, well, if I, for instance, started, let's say I started right there. I immediately started sending out scouting science vessels. I just hit the space age. That's how the game starts. And I go here and I see that there's this giant mega structure that's a ancient dilapidated sentry array. And so from like literally the first system I explored, there's a giant megastructure sentry array that requires like 15,000 like materials that I haven't even started producing yet to repair and upgrade. And I need like a unique technology to like interface with it. And so I'm like, whoa, that's crazy. And I start exploring, and then I run it. Whoa, there's this border here. What the frick? And then I go over, and then it's these robots, and these robots are like codenamed the Iota aliens, and they're like raiding my caravan ships. And then we make first contact with them, and then I like make them my friend by improving relations by sending a delegate to them. But then they get pissed off at me anyway, so they start claiming my territories. So I start responding to them by claiming their territories, and then I declare war on them. And then it turns out the Intergalactic Council is a thing. I didn't know there was an Intergalactic Council, but it makes sense. And then so not only am I fighting the robots over here, these guys over here are the friends of the robots. And I didn't realize. So I just met these guys because I just joined the council. And so they joined on the side of the robots. And then they start attacking me from this side, which I didn't defend yet because I thought I was only going to have to deal with the robots. So I'm fighting the robots on one end. I'm having my back door crashed in by aliens. And then like I have to do a war about this because I can't just give up because otherwise I'd lose all my claims. And so like that's the kind of stuff you get up to. That's the kind of stuff I get up to. And then all of this is predicated off of the idea of like, what is your core conceit, right? A lot of different people play this game different ways. A lot of people who like min-maxing really like map games. I'm not, as you might have guessed by the fact I'm a TTRPG channel. I really like the roleplay. I really like the story that can emerge from it. And I kind of like just like doing whatever interests me in the moment. And so, for instance, whenever research came up, I made sure, really no matter what the mechanics were, I would prioritize stuff that sounded like it would extend my lifespan or invest in AI. I made crypto tech bros. And the reason you know that is because they all don't shower. So like anything that just like invested in AI or like lengthened lifespan or like pushed me further towards like robotics. Like these are all things I really prioritized, even when I had technologies where like, oh, I can upgrade blue lasers, which are higher penetrating power per shot than red lasers that I start with, even though I'm about to go to war, because my species would prioritize the stuff that extends their lifespan. Yeah, it spans for dozens of thousands of years in turn counts. Yeah. So like each day in game is like at normal speed, I want to say like 1/5 of a second. I think it's like 5 days per second, or maybe it's 3 days per second. And so a month in game takes about 20 seconds or like about 15 seconds. Or probably less than that, like probably like 10 seconds. And then like I might build a spaceship, but my spaceship will take a year to be made. And then in real life, if I'm going at normal speed, maybe that's like 3 minutes. If I'm going at ×2 speed, which I was playing it fast most of this time, because like when I play CK3, I go like ×4 speed, and then I just let the game go until I need to pause it, and then I pause, and then I do all my stuff, and then I go back to ×4. I just played pretty consistently at ×2 because this was my first time playing. This will happen in like a minute, right? And so the game is very just like, oh, you're advancing an entire species over time. I've had elections where like my elected official like changed over time. That's kind of just sounds like every interest of every billionaire. Also, hi Arrow, hi Am. Wouldn't the red lasers expand your lifespan by not having your civilization conquered and destroyed? See, that's the thing. Okay, this says a lot about me. When I play 4X games, I always tank my military. In part because my military, like the military in these games are almost like always abstracted. which is less fun to me. For instance, like Total War is not a 4X game, but it is a grand strategy game where I really go hard in the military because it's Total War. And like Civ, for instance, is one where I also tank the military, but I have had plenty of wars in Civ because the combat system, each individual unit is like not abstracted. In Stellaris, in CK3, I don't think I had a single war in Vicky because I only played that for a couple hours. It's all abstracted, right? So it's not a huge, I'm not a huge fan of that. But also, my main thing is always making money. I love making money in these games. I love big number going bigger. I played Balatro. I know how this works. Yeah, so abstracted. The way it works is that in Stellaris, if there's a system here, and I have a system here, and this might have a spaceship that has a defensive strength of 1.2 thousand because it has reflector shields and it has ion cannons and it has like fusion torpedoes all installed into it. It's really highly defensive. I might have a fleet that has like 6 corvettes, which are like fighters. I might have like 2 frigates, which is like bombers. I might have like a couple destroyers, which are like small cruisers, and these might collectively have a strength of like 1.3k. And if I send these over and then I zoom into the map, it'll be like a little like solar system map. It'll be like Earth with like the 8 planets surrounding it, or the sun with like the 8 planets around, like right. It'll like show like this, and maybe the space station is right here. Let me do it in the red. And so my fleet would come in over here, and they go, and then it plays an animation of them fighting. And in the background, in the math of the game, the fact that my frigates have anti-armor ion piercing torpedoes means that their reflector shields have a negative modifier to it, which means every roll of the dice, their shield don't actually do anything, but because they have like anti-fracking, like anti-material rounds, that means that my frigates are going to go down instantly, so then they die. Like, I don't control any of it. I don't say, okay, frigate move here, frigate move there, destroyer move there, corvettes like do a defensive line. I just let it do its thing, and then win or lose is abstracted out of my control. It's entirely big number beats smaller number, like in CK3. However, there are certain times where if I have like, I don't know, one super ship that by itself is like 1k power, and I'm fighting like 8 corvettes that collectively have like 600 power. Maybe the one ship beats the corvettes. Maybe the corvettes beat the super ship. Maybe the commander you put in charge of that fleet is really specialized at taking down super ships, and so your corvettes actually get like a ×2 bonus in attacking super ships. And maybe their commander has a negative trait, which means that they're not good at keeping track of multiple enemies. So if they're fighting like an enemy fleet that has twice as many units as them, then they get a negative modifier. So then instead of like 1k versus 600, it's like 800 versus 850. And this is all just like, these aren't real values. These are just, I'm making it up. That's the kind of stuff you can plan around. A really quality commander with really highly upgraded corvettes might be able to beat one super ship, or one space station might be able to defeat a slightly more powerful fleet of armada. Oh, I bet I could have fun with a giant Stellaris roleplay event, and it's one of the few styles of Stellaris I wish I could do someday. Listen, I think Stellaris is neato. I will say there's a lot of waiting. And like, yes, I'm in the early game. Yes, I've been playing this game for like 10 hours, which this is one of those games where like you're expected to play an individual run, an individual species for, I want to say like dozens of hours would be my guess. But at least like and so the beginning isn't just like the first like 20 minutes. The beginning is the first like 10 hours, if not 15, if not 20, right? So I just now kind of expanded out to all of my territory. I just last night, I hit the point where I stopped expanding outward because I ran out of territory. And there's like a couple more spots that are off in a dangerous area where pirates attacked me last time that I haven't gone into yet. But aside from that, I've really kind of like explored and expanded everything. So now I'm going to be developing taller, right? Now it's when I'm going to start waging war. Now it's going to be when I start leveraging politics against each other. And what I kept saying before I played Stellaris, I kept being like, I want espionage. I want espionage. And Rory was like, the espionage is not very fun in base game. And I'm like, nah, I'll still try it. I forgot how much I love diplomacy. And so like joining the Intergalactic Council, I saw that I could like get favors and like leverage like political clout or whatever. I really want to do that more. I want to make a species where they're really good at espionage and diplomacy, and that's their main two things. I love like in Civ 6. I'm a huge fan actually of the Council. Is it Council of Nations? Is it the World Council? I think it's World Council. I'm a huge fan of that because it allows me to have a non-combat threat to everyone else. I think that's really fun. You're a crypto bro in your games and in Vampire, and you like gold. Starting to think you'd be a toad in CAIN, not an idol. I mean, like, I've said this before. People have asked me, like, hey, if you were to turn into a sin, which sin would it be? And, like, my thought process, which, this is a CAIN stream, by the way. Heads up. This is a stream about CAIN. I think I would turn into a toad. Because, like, I've talked about this before. I am not at the point right now where I consider myself, like, financially stable. So, like, financial stability is really important to me. It is a stressor that I worry about constantly. And therefore, if I was to have grace and manifest a trauma related to that, I think that's what would happen. There have been times in my life when I'd be basically every single other sin. Oh, yes. What is your OC sin? Oh, so, I don't have an OC sin. I know, shocking. I am probably the only CAIN homebrewer out there. I may be the only CAIN homebrewer out there. Rowan might be glory unto them, creator, might also be one. I don't know if they've done separate CAIN stuff, but I've not made a homebrew sin, and I don't really have plans to. Oddly enough, like yes, it would be fun. I think it'd be interesting. I have ideas, but I don't really plan on it, you know. But what I do plan on talking about is metamorphosis. Funny enough that we were talking about Bigotry, you turn the left sin into the right sin. That's a death reference. So I did a little bit of notes last night. As I scroll down to it. I did a couple notes last night. Not really about metamorphosis, more so just kind of like sins in my world, in my setting. If you don't know, I'm currently working on a CAIN supplement. This is my homebrew setting. This is my interpretation of CAIN, the sites, the virtues, all of that stuff. Who here doesn't know CAIN? And you want to mention, Fleet Power is kind of a rule of thumb, not a law. 10k can get to 20k. Oh. Yeah, Paradox strategy games have one game easily live 60 hours. I love big number get bigger. Proceeds to not like military power get bigger. Fake numbers. Okay, I like big number get bigger in certain circumstances. I have had some people accuse me of being a size queen, specifically because of my preference in mechs. And like, I think I'm not dodging the allegations by virtue of the fact that when it comes to economy, bigger is better. When it comes to like resources, bigger is better. When it comes to expansion, like land size, bigger is better. Like I can't really argue with that. However, what I did in game, I made an effort. I made 2 separate fleets, and I put a bunch of ships in both of them. I put a bunch of corvettes and also some frigates and also some destroyers. And I like just recently unlocked cruisers, and that tanked my economy because it cost so much energy to maintain my army that as soon as I disbanded it, I went from being like negative 50 energy credits every single month to like positive 10. What the frick? Good old Arrow doing off-screen mining. Oh, okay, I don't consider this off-screen mining because I only made like a page. Okay, fine, 2 pages. It was a page and a half. OMG. Please make one. I mean, I'd like to, but also, why? You know? Like, for me, personally, why? I already made distortions, and I think it would be really cool to have a sin all about jealousy. Oh, well, that's kind of like the idol already. And if I say, well, no, the idol doesn't really fit it. Well, I think like the mockingbird is a homebrew sin that already does that. If I want one where it's like, oh, control. Like I want to control the things around me. And like, sure, that might be the Lord-ish, but I mean, like, the spider is exactly that from Harpocrates.ca. I don't really need to do that. What about fear? What about the idea of like your fears come? Oh wait, that's the Kraken. Huh. And so it's a little bit of like any idea I could have, someone already did. And obviously I would do it different, right? Obviously I'm my own content creator. They're their own content creator. If I make one related to like industrial pollution and then I look at the engine and then it's like, oh, these are not the same because mechanically they're different. Flavorfully, they still identify, they still fulfill the same niche, right? So I don't really see what I could add there, right? Never mind, you're making a supplement already. Never mind making anything else. You're already... I'm not doing amazing. Thank you, though. You see, the trick is to always be in war so you never have to disband your army and waste your money sunk into it. Oh. I mean, like, so I disbanded all of my armies, or most of my ships, after... I disbanded one of my fleets after the war. And I got a bunch of energy back. The issue is war weariness and my naval capacity. Having two fleets, one of which would just go by their back line and just like pound in their back door. Whereas the front one, I could not, for the life of me, take out their space station. I could not, for whatever reason, take out their space station. I had like 1,300 troops attacking their like 1,200 strength space station. They had no reinforcements. I lost 4 separate times. I don't even know what it is. Hear me out. What if you make traces? I will say, what I will say, an idea I did have. Alternate traces. Imagine fighting an ogre where instead of stumblers, it has other traces more relevant to the psychology of its host. Imagine fighting a toad where instead of toad spawn, it is other traces, not like toad spawn. And I think that would be interesting. I have considered adding more traces, and I think drifters would be a really fun thing to do. But again, like also like Tom Bloom with Trevor Henderson as the artist, like I don't think I can beat that. Constantly being in a war not to disband your army, the classic USA gambit. No. The US has not been involved in a war, I believe, since Vietnam. The US has not been in a war, I think, since World War II. Everything else has been an armed conflict. US interventionism. And I'm not going to talk about my thoughts on that. Oh, I guess, yeah. I guess, like, technically speaking... Well, actually, is it considered a war? Like, what's going on, like, recently? Or just make your economy capable of maintaining it. Also, how many techs and perks at lower cost, orbiting a fleet around stations with certain buildings help a lot. Yeah, so if you have the crew quarters, it reduces the upkeep of your ships. I had them stationed at space stations. I think one of them didn't have a crew quarters, though, which is part of why it was so expensive. My thing is, in, like, my 30 systems that I had like 30 systems, 40 systems, whatever. I had 4 habitable worlds, of which one was my homeworld. One I settled instantly. Another one was a tomb world, and so I was 0 habitability. And the 2 other worlds, so 5 total, that I only found after like 5 hours of play, were both tundra or Arctic, and I was a arid species. Yeah, the last declaration was after Pearl Harbor. Yeah. Do you have a question? Do you design your own ships in Stellaris or auto-generate? So in Stellaris, you choose one of a few different templates. So like this is a Corvette. And I think this is the humanoid design. This is a different... This is from a YouTube thumbnail. That is a different Corvette design. This is... These, I think, are all of the different Corvettes. So you choose, like, hey, I want this template. So I'm going to choose the humanoid. I'm going to choose the humanoid template. I'm going to choose the avian template. I'm going to choose the nautiloid template, kind of deal. Yeah. So it's not special. It's not crazy. It's not they go crazy into it. And what I found is I didn't know how this is going to work. I think how it works is that if I make ion thrusters, if I research ion thrusters, these are faster for lower cost. If I make a new ship, it automatically gets ion thrusters. But if I have an existing ship that doesn't have ion thrusters, I can upgrade it by sending it back to a shipyard and spending time installing the new parts. I thought I would have to like physically manufacture the ion thrusters and put them to each individual ship. It doesn't do that. Whenever you have a new technology, I think it just supplants anything older. War would imply mutual conflict. This is more of a... Well, okay, so I'm not saying from a moral perspective. I am saying from a, like, literally, actually, the US has not declared war on any nation since, like, Pearl Harbor. And, well, yes, there was, quote unquote, like, the Vietnam War. Or the War on Terror. These were not official declarations of war. Putting aside what actually happened, putting aside what actually transpired, like the boots on the ground, like what shots were fired, what personnel were deployed, putting all that aside, all I was saying is that the US has not actually declared war since World War II. And everything has been called a like military operation, right? Arrow, ships have individual slots now for each weapon, and the auto design is ridiculously bad. I would look into basic ship design. Oh gosh, so it is. I choose and I mix and match, but the auto design is an option that you can choose. Understood. They haven't won in a while. That I mean, if we haven't declared war in like 80 years, technically we haven't lost a war in 80 years, even though we've had nothing but L's for the past like 50 years. Okay, not here for a long time. Hopefully here for a good time. Me, IRL. So, what are we talking about sin-wise? I believe that it's not a war on paper, but yeah, no, skeleton, exactly. Like, I'm just saying on paper it's technically not referred to as. I'm not saying any judgments about what actually transpired. I like starting every game making 3 different kinds of Corvettes. Ooh, interesting. Okay, so, CAIN. In CAIN, it's a shadow organization hiding like underneath the world governments. You are exorcists. You have grace within you that allows you to manifest psychic powers called blasphemies, and then you go around fighting manifestations of trauma called sins. Sins have different forms, but in my game, have added something called a metamorphosis. A metamorphosis is what happens when you have a sin of one type turn into a sin of another type. For instance, you're fighting a lord, and then the lord turns into a spider. How does that happen? So, the way that happens is the psychology of the host evolves over time. There has to be some additional trauma to galvanize another psychic shift, like the sort of psychic trauma that galvanized that first sin manifestation. So, what's a bit of lore that I wrote about sins? That which dwells beneath. CAIN is uncertain whether the psychic sea exists as the collective manifestation of grace across all of human consciousness, or human consciousness is a single vector within a primordial essence. No matter the answer, CAIN knows sins have existed within the psychic sea for as long as humans have possessed grace, which by all known accounts is since prehistory. Weakenings of the veil have been recorded across all cultures and time periods. True sin manifestations were rare, and with the majority of manifestations being drifters slipping through points in the veil weakened by human subconscious. While theorized that folkloric creatures, myths, and cryptids are all drifters, this is yet to be confirmed by temerity. Fact: CAIN cannot prove a negative and does not officially deny the existence of such entities. I think this is a funny fact, but it also is kind of accurate. Like, yes, cryptids probably aren't real. The Fae probably aren't real in the world of CAIN, but like, I think CAIN as an institution is intelligent enough to recognize if sins are real, the Fae might be real. We're not going to write them off entirely, right? Also, if you research a new weapon tech like autocannons, the best Corvette weapon, they will never be added unless you go in and custom modify. Oh. Does the host have to be alive to charge sin? Can a dead host still change? So, I would say a dead host cannot have a metamorphosis due to the fact that they are no longer able to have a psychological shift. However, what might be interesting is that it might be like a what was in their last moments. So if I die and I form a hound and my hound wants revenge, but like up until that point, the hound, like the host was like, I want to be loved, I want to be loved, I want to be loved. Maybe they had like latent idol manifestation. And maybe once the hound goes through all 3 of its grudge targets, instead of hitting a sin event, it metamorphosizes into an idol and like reverts back to where it was before the moment of trauma. Entire CAIN campaign around fighting the Fae. Yeah, that'd be wild. So, true sin manifestations were rare for most of human history. What? Oh, I already said this. True sin... This is why it's a productivity stream, because I look at my work and I say, you suck. Why did you write this? And then I remember that I wrote this at 3 a.m. The majority of manifestations were drifters slipping through points in the veil weakened by human subconscious. With the majority demanifesting soon after their arrival. So true sin manifestations were rare for most human history and still are uncommon even in the modern day. CAIN recognizes that there has been a sharp incline in sin manifestation since the onset of the Industrial Revolution, both in cat as well as quantity. Globalization pushed this further, and the internet kicked it yet again. But the biggest waves just distract from the depths of the sea, a rising tide. The Covenant of Worms was formalized in 1684 following the successful execution of the Cat 4 centipede Sun King, later designated CO1. CO1's manifestation and subsequent execution was notable to the local institutions for several reasons, directly leading to the formation of CAIN. Prior to this point, no sin in Europe had reached an equivalent of Category 4 on contemporary scales. Temerity estimates that there was at least one other Cat 4 manifestation in China a century prior, though CAIN precursors had no way of knowing this at the time. Therefore, this necessitated heretofore unseen cooperation of multiple hermetic orders and the deployment of high-value assets. These assets are estimated to be Cat 3 exorcists on contemporary scales. CO1 was also the first centipede to be recognized as such by CAIN precursors, breaking then-established dogma surrounding the 4 demons theory of pride, sloth, wrath, and avarice, later reclassified as idols, ogres, hounds, and toads. Though records indicate that existing institutions have executed centipedes prior, they are identified as a marriage of sloth and wrath. CO1 was apparently distinct enough to break this hybrid classification model with cold venom used to infest victims. Note, at this time, lords were considered to be a marriage of pride and sloth. Records are unclear as to what, if any, sins were attributed to other hybrid combinations. Finally, CO1 demanifested without confirmed execution. It was tied to an unnamed host in service of reigning monarch Louis XIV and utilized offensively to advance the interests of French conquest, though it's unclear as to what extent it was deployed. Records imply it was active since 1681, though this is recognized by CAIN as conjecture on the part of contemporary historians. As trauma questions were not canonized at this point, the details are ambiguous. Given the multiple oddities surrounding CO1's manifestation and subsequent execution, local institutions and hermetic orders were forced to cooperate despite differences in creed and culture. This was not the first time they had cooperated, but the only time at such a scale. And with the growing strength of the sins they were fighting, they recognized the need for collective action. Such was the signing of the Covenant of Worms. Why 1684? So in CAIN canon, like in the book, it references that CAIN was formed in 1684 following the Covenant of Worms. So I took the lore, why did the Covenant of Worms happen in 1684? And I basically just added lore to it. I just added lore surrounding the why was the Covenant of Worms. It says that it was a group of hermetic orders that came together, formed the Covenant of Worms in 1684, founded CAIN. I have made lore explaining the history of CAIN since that point, and broadly speaking, it started as hermetic orders coming together. They were separate from the church, but still on the side of the Catholic Church. They then became non-denominational pan-Christian, and then they absorbed traits from Judaism and Islam, and then they kind of like broke from the Catholic Church, became more secular. And then they started taking on more religions, more cultures, more belief systems as cultural accoutrement in order to better fit across the world, following generally European expansion and colonialism, and setting shop across the world as Europe did its thing, right? And like I basically had CAIN follow real life actual stuff like the Scramble for Africa, the Opium Wars, American expansion and like Manifest Destiny. Like I had CAIN follow on the tails of big pushes of European influence across the world, because CAIN is a Eurocentric organization that since then, in my setting, has become globalized. But it began firmly Eurocentric. It says doctrine in one place and covenant in another. Does it? At least in base canon, it's the doctrine of worms, not the covenant. It can be different in this version. Yeah, so I prefer covenant of worms. I'm thinking of on the page where it says, like, it gives like the one page summary of CAIN and its history. It mentions 1684 Covenant of Worms. Hear me out, the Hermetic Order still exists inside CAIN and there are a few outside CAIN. That would be good, Binks. That'd be good. Got here late. What's the speedrun and everything I missed? Hey, Zeno. I thought the doctrine was in 1720? I don't think so. If it is, I can change this. But so, why 1684? Or rather, not why 1684, but why 1684? Still the same question. I thought to myself, okay, what prompted the Covenant of Worms? And my thought process, the thing that I came up with, is I liked the idea of it being the first centipede and also the first Cat 5. And then I was like, Cat 5's a little bit big. It's a little bit crazy. And like, yeah, we're at like Cat 6 now. So I think that they weren't at Cat 5 at that point. I lowered it down to Cat 4. So this is the first centipede recognized by Hermetic Orders that later became CAIN, CO1. And also, it is the first Cat 4. So it required, like, they only had Cat 3 XOs. So they had a bunch of Cat 3 XOs going and fighting a Cat 4. And that's why it's a worm. Because big worm. See, you get it. I wanted it to be a centipede specifically because big worm. And I was like, how can I fit this? Like, a lord would make more sense. A lord made the most sense to me. And then I realized what was happening in the late 17th century. Louis XIV, the longest reigning sovereign monarch in history, who was known for being a conquering belligerent, whose whole deal was every time he was at war, he was expanding his empire, and every time he was at peace, he was preparing for the next war. He ruled with what has been described as an interest in commerce, revenge, and pique. He hated anyone that wasn't French. He actively persecuted Protestants in particular on behalf of the Catholic Church. And so hatred does not have to be indiscriminate. Hatred can very easily be targeted. And I think that gave birth to the first, like, recognizable centipede, right? What I wanted to avoid, though, is, it wasn't actually, like, armies of people fighting one another on behalf of, like, nations or whatever. I wanted to avoid that. It was only for a couple years. What was it? Oh, right. I kept mentioning without confirmed execution. I need to change this, but and subsequent demanifestation. Sorry. No, not manifestation, demanifestation. I like the idea that it was only around for a couple of years, and it was like problematic, but it wasn't like the thing that made the French what it was. And I also had to think, in my setting, when you execute a sin, you basically excise that part of that person's psychology. If I have a centipede and you kill that centipede, you remove that part of me that hates. You remove that part of me that wants to escape from this part of the world. And like you excise, you tear out the centipede from my psychology. So I thought to myself, well, Louis the 14th continued to be a warmonger for like 30 years past this point. And Louis the 14th was the best I got. I could have come up with something else, but like I wanted to tie it to history. I've been doing a lot of tying into historical events in this document. So I was like, why would he continue going around killing a bunch of people and like being a warmonger or whatever? And like one of his big 3 wars was like 20 years after this. One of them was like 5 years after this. I think it was the Franco-Spanish War. So I didn't go multiple. What I did is I made it so that it demanifested without execution. And I think it's implied here, but it's unconfirmed. But I would say that what I'm trying to imply, this was the first time XOs like properly boots on the ground like spared a sin. Like it was unheard of to do that at this point because they didn't know about trauma questions. They weren't canonized. So I think this was like the first time, or one of the first times, they spared a sin. And so because they spared it, Louis XIV did not lose his hatred, continued to persecute Protestants, continued to fight the Spanish and the Dutch and everyone else in Europe. And it doesn't screw with history. It doesn't upset the historical order, while at the same time giving a reason of like, okay, this thing was weird. Like Hermetic orders, like Kowalski analysis, like we have to put our heads together. So there's a reason that they had to come together, even if it wasn't like, oh no, the world is ending. Which I think is a more realistic means of like, oh, we formed a covenant and now we formed CAIN, and then CAIN grew from there. The oldest and largest non-CAIN orders, Macphaeon, which refused to join in fear of destruction, they still work with CAIN, but the suspicion lingers. Manifestation, subsequent manifestation. Oh no, it manifested twice! Oh my gosh. That's interesting because it suggests that to an extent, sparing centipedes is often the wrong thing to do. I mean, so think about it. If you have someone who is depressed and they manifest an ogre and they're like tearing themselves up and you spare them, what if they just go back to being depressed? Like you didn't fix their life. All you did is remove the manifestation of their trauma. You did not make it so that their wife loves them. You did not make it so that they're no longer an alcoholic. You did not make it so that they can pay rent. All you did was make it so that they're not dragging everyone else down with them. If you spare a sin, what is stopping that person from just manifesting another one? And I think if you manifest a sin and it gets spared, it will not manifest again. I believe. I think that, and I'm not saying that like that's canon. I'm saying I think that would be an interesting angle to explore. So no matter how depressed you get again, you will never manifest another ogre. Even though it's been like demanifested, that is effectively it demanifesting, leaving you forever. It is decoupling from you forever. You might manifest an idol, you might manifest a lord, but you will never manifest an ogre ever again. Hello, what are you making? I'm currently making a CAIN supplement. It is for the TTRPG CAIN, and we're making Homebrew. So, metamorphosis. What is a metamorphosis? Sins can turn into other sins. This is called a metamorphosis. It's caused by the host undergoing a psychological shift after having manifested a sin, often involving a secondary trauma to galvanize the process. How did this work in my game? In my game, there was a hunt. It was for this guy, and he manifested a lord. That was Cat 3. over the course of the hunt, they learned a bunch of stuff about him. And then eventually he was present during the hunt. He saw his own sin. He was like shot at one point. And so he got so tired of everyone just like making decisions for him being unable to make any decisions. And the Lord just froze. And then this like chittering noise came out from within it. And then its chest burst open as a spider at cat 4 crawled out. This reset pressure. This reset stress or execution talisman. This counted as a second hunt. But it did not do or nothing. So what happened in the game I ran? The Lord turned into a spider and it got a cat increase. It reset pressure, reset execution. It counted as a second hunt in terms of cat advancement. I think I did. I paid them twice. I paid them twice for script, but they don't get like a free rest or anything. Hi, your boy is now a bachelor. Congratulations. The host can survive if the sin is executed in this case of type 1 and type 3. Type 2, not really. I mean, it depends on what it is. Like, if you have a sin which is... Ah, frick. What is it? Is it... Full page. Sorry, let me... CAIN full page. So, like... If you have like this, right? I feel as though killing that, slashing like that, attacking the arms, that would not kill the host, right? I think the host would be fine. However, I think that if you attack the host, that would also hit the sin. I thought how it worked was that executing a sin usually kills the host if they aren't already dead. I mean, that might be how it is in canon. In my version, if they're decoupled, if they are like not the same, then it's totally reasonable that like you over here, you have your big sin over here. And if you kill the big sin, that like psychically screws with you, but it doesn't actually like hurt you physically, right? In the Arrowverse, yes, the Arrowverse is where we're discussing this, but it's extremely traumatic, and that's kind of like what I'm going off of, is the idea of it's traumatic in that if I have an idol and you kill my idol, I have lost my ability to feel desire, to want to be loved, to want to be cared for, and that's why actually one of the exos in my CAIN game, one of the NPCs. Hearse was a driver, was a like a drag racer who manifested like a cat 1 idol. It got executed and they got recruited. And so Hearse got recruited, but was like super low energy, was like super low key, despite being someone who like used to be like a former like drag racer. Because they lost all of their love for racing. They lost wanting to be a famous like racer. They lost their connection to like speed and driving and like wanting accolades because their idol was executed. And so when they imagoed, they ended up becoming an ogre. Because they like effectively had all of the joy stripped from their life. Type 1s are detached, type 3 are Pokemons, type 2 are puppeting you. Not necessarily puppeting you, you are flesh melded. It might be it's puppeting you, it might be you're puppeting it. For instance, when I had a game, that was a one shot that I ran for Celerity, my player, and also someone else, where it was 2 cat, 1 toads that shared an execution talisman and who were both type 2. how the frick does this work? Let me tell you. So in CAIN, an execution talisman indicates how hard it is to kill a sin. When I deal damage to a sin, when I get a success on attacking a sin, I slash the execution talisman. The execution talisman, 8 plus cat or level of the sin plus pressure, i.e. how much time has passed. So if I'm fighting a cat 1 sin and we are at pressure 1, this would be 10 total slashes. So I deal 3 slashes, pa! And I deal another 4 slashes, pa 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 pa, and then I deal 2 slashes, pa! I am now at 9 slashes out of 10. I have nearly killed the toad. However, what I did here is I added 2 separate toads that manifested type 2 as like venom symbiotes attached to 2 different people that shared the exact same trauma and manifested it at the same time. So they were the same sin split apart across 2 different psychologies, and therefore each of them had a slightly different personality as they were tied to their host. Yeah? How many cat 1s do you need to kill a cat 5 black coat? I mean, how many at the same time? Because like a cat 5 black coat would probably struggle fighting 2 cat 1 sins at the same time. At least in my setting. Like in my setting, a cat 5 black coat is awesome. A cat 1 sin is still no joke, right? Okay, so like you finished up your history bit, and I think it's super neat. I think I mentioned that I made a custom setting for my upcoming campaign in the 60s, 80s. Yes, you did. At the same time? Yeah, so I think that at the same time, I think a black coat depends on blasphemy. I think it depends on blasphemy. I think that if you have a cat 5 black coat, I think that if they're like an Ardence user, maybe if they're a tension user, if they're one of the more like damaging ones, I think they would reasonably be able to take on 2 cat 1s. I don't think a single cat 5 black coat could take on 3 cat 1s. But I think like a flux user, a palace user, even a smother user, like I don't think they would be able to do it. I don't believe that a one of the softer, more like even a whisper user, I don't think they would be able to take on 2 cat 1s. Yeah, Ardence could just like, I'm cat 5, I inner furnace to go up to cat 7, I saber you, I deal like 8 slashes to your execution talisman. Okay, I need to like blast you once and you're dead. Now I have this other one. I'm a cat 5 XO. I might only have 1 psyche burst. I can take on a cat 1. I can take on a cat 1, right? Jaunt would be cooked. Jaunt would absolutely be cooked. Like. Okay, if anyone is on those tier list making sites, if anyone like has an account on one of those tier list making sites, could someone make a tier list template of all of the like blasphemies from CAIN? And I would just like screw around making different templates. For instance, like which one would I least like which one could I take in a fight? Like I come across like a cat 1 XO. Who could I reasonably take in a fight? Cause like Jaunt is cooked. Sympathy though, it depends on the day. Like Sympathy, if they got like a lead pipe, I am cooked. But if they got like a glove, I got this. Ardence, I am scared. However, they're not allowed to use it on a human, so it should be fine. Wire's so cooked, dude. Like, and like, which one would be the most convenient for day-to-day life? Like, Wire's probably top of that list. Like, maybe you say like Whisper, maybe Edit. Sympathy is the horoscope plus. Now I want to play a Sympathy user, or I want to make a Sympathy user, and I want them to be like a horoscope girly. And like that's like actually how they cope with their power. They're like, hey, this is really scary and it's random and I have no power over this. Like I'm not religious, but like I do believe in my horoscope. Oh my gosh, as a Capricorn, this is so stressful. And then like, oh my gosh, like The Libras are going to have a terrible day today. I am so screwed. Human doesn't count as human. Doctrine of kissers. Mother would just make you into a mother. You say, yeah. Track would annihilate 3 sins. I just read track like a week ago, and I don't remember anything about it aside from the fact you have a real life actual diegetic playlist, and you get bonuses based off of that. Why are better text their artists? Bestie ASAP. I think I had a character idea a while ago, like one of those magical crystal girlies who get sympathy powers from it. Wait. A crystal girly. A crystal girl. But instead of rolling for like, oh, is it like baseball bats, or is it guns, or is it like nails, or stuff like that, is it obsidian? Or is it like bismuth? Oh no, today's a jade day. Today's actually, I'm sympathetic with jade today. And like, it's just different types of rocks. And so they just go around with this collection of precious minerals that they use for like a crystal meth girl. I got Heisenberg's blue today. CAIN, I need to go to the black market real quick. Can I have 3 script? And they're just like, today's actually a jade day. And I wasn't feeling it. But then like, it just kind of hit me, like I was going through my day, I was going through training, and then just felt like the calming energy of like my chi being grounded. Like I feel very cultured right now. And like, they're the least like, they're the least aware character. They're just like, oh my gosh, obsidian. I'm basically like an expert on Mesoamerican culture. I got this. And like, it's like, no, girl, please don't. No, you're hurting not just yourself, you're hurting me with your stupidity. Boss did this well of people hating this character. I love making hateable characters. I love making characters that are so hated because it's so easy. Like, yeah, obviously, I can make a character that's a bigot. I can make a character that is like rude or nasty or like does like hyper illegal things that make people uncomfortable, right? I can make a character like that, but that's all coward talk. I want to make a character that you cringe at because they're so not self-aware that they make a fool of themselves and make you feel bad by proxy. I want to make a character who is so in their own head, that is so backwards in their logic, that they can justify anything to themselves, and then they tell you that justification as if that would convince you. And those are the kind of characters that I love making because they're so, like, it makes you feel things. Rock salt basic B. I felt my chi being grounded. Meanwhile, homies in the back getting yoinked by an ogre. The delusions are so strong that the psychic powers solely exist to reinforce them. Oh my. Okay, this one would be actually problematic, so don't actually do this. But it would be very funny. You have someone who's like, what is the term dark woke? Is I'm using this term correctly? It's the person who like says that they're so like inclusive and knowledgeable and whatever, but in actuality are just perpetuating stereotypes and are just like effectively white knighting for other people's culture that they're not a part of. That kind of character with edit. That kind of character that can rewrite reality. Horoscope Crystal Girl, but someone else in the cadre is okay, first off, cadre. No. My sister. Oh my gosh. The aura around here sucks. No way Stacy was fighting a Cat 5 ogre. Asma. Stop. Okay, but we're cooking. We're cooking here. Alternative. Wait, actually, wait. An exo who's a former, like, ghost hunter. And all of their blasphemies are related to, like, paranormal phenomena. And I think they like whisper is the obvious answer because it's like you have a ghost with you. But I feel like smother would make more sense. And so like they have smudge sticks and like they burn a smudge stick and suddenly they use like dark age. And they're like, is anyone here in the room with us right now? As they hold up like a candle that flickers. And then that's them like using an ability that like removes them from reality kind of deal. We lost the main plot so bad, I'm here for it. Okay, listen. People constantly come to the stream. And they're like, what is even happening now? And I, as the streamer, I, as the content creator, never feel lost. Because, well, when I'm with you, I just feel like I'm home. Did that hit right? Is that how people do it? Did I do parasocial right? Where she manifested a monster after being ridiculed for years. Oh my gosh. The final girl who like no one believed her. And so she manifests like her killer. She like manifests the killer she was surviving from. I cringed up into a ball. Please don't ever do that again. Okay, so that means it worked. Track XOs that use title to summon a controversial people that have their names on music titles. Oh my god. We are Charlie Kirk. I can't say that. Reminds me of that Gooseworks quote that went viral recently. I want to make an awful character that people slowly grow to love and understand, that I kill them horribly. That's what I do all the time. I do that all the time. We are Charlie Kane. Good Survivor's Guild as a character. I'm making this a thing. Survivor's Guilt as a blasphemy. Again, whisper, dead people, makes sense. As your killer man... Honestly, I feel like Flux, probably the best one. How did you survive? Oh, because every time I went down the wrong way, I just came back. Jonk could be useful. Like just being connected to others. What is the stream anymore? This is an Arrow Right stream where I'm talking about my homebrew Kate. Smiles. Hell plus cat 5 plus 2 because it's hell plus 2 because inner furnace from plus 2 for magician. Cat 11, does this cover all of Earth? No. And also, I don't know what Tom Bloom's official word of God is. My assumption is that exo powers cannot exceed cat 7. There's a couple references like in track or in mouth or in more recent work that says minimum cat 0, maximum cat 7. Right? Or like if it's something that like you can get an additive cat to it, it's like max plus 3 to a max of cat 7. Right? What blasphemy would Jonathan Sims use? Like the creator of The Sims? The thought of the Flux Whisperer final girl who has like seen all of her friends dying and had to make that hard decision on who does she save versus who got murked. Yeah, that'd be so juicy. Because like what I would want to do is that or Whisper. I think both would work. Because like I love Whisper, so my first thought is almost always gonna be Whisper. What would also be really cool? You're approaching a door, and you use Omen, and you reach forward towards the door, and the ghost of the person standing next to you whispers in your ear, when you open that door, you're going to run, and you're going to hear my scream as my throat is slit, and the final words from my lips are going to be, I thought you cared. And then the final girl just like stops holding forward her hand and just backs away from the door. And then the person with her is like, we gotta get out of here. Let's go. And then the final girl's like, no. Doesn't Fortitude have a line in her lore that implies she might be almost cat 8? She does. However, in my setting, I have reduced all of the virtues by like 1 cat. So in lore, all of them are cat 6, 7, 6, 7. However, I make them cat 5, 6, 5, 6. So in my setting, Fortitude is almost cat 7. Fortitude is right on the verge of cat 7. And also Fortitude is an outlier, that is correct. Bro collected the shadows of all the people you could have saved is awesome. Yeah. When I play, I've played CAIN once. I've run CAIN a bunch. I've played CAIN once. And in it, I played a Whisper user. And I played Teddy. And this is a guy that would go like, ni hao, como estas, bonjour. And like, he would just like mix and match languages to sound more cultured, despite like having no idea what he was saying. But he was someone that, for mechanical reasons, I made him a beast that then became a sorcerer. And even though this is a one-shot, I was like, okay, why was he a beast and he became a sorcerer? What I decided, he is someone that for the longest time was like, oh, only the weak should die. The strong will survive. It is the duty of the strong to put down the weak and move on so that only the best exos and only the best untouchables and only the best fighters of sin will survive. And he mellowed out over time to now he's more focused on just kind of like living his life in the moment and like being the best he can be in this moment. And he's kind of like sublimated his desire for like dominance with attention. And so he's no longer a beast. And so his whisper was all of the people in his life that he let die. Or that he like wrote off. That he wrote off as weak, that he's not going to help them. So now, even though he's a sorcerer, he doesn't help you when you fall down, but he doesn't stomp on you when you reach out your hand, right? So he chilled to the point where he's now going to like ignore you if you fall down instead of kicking you while you're down. And I talked it through with my admin, who was actually Celerity, my player. And we decided that he was like in like a boys' home growing up. He was an orphan. And there was this one kid who joined like a little bit before Teddy got picked up by CAIN. And so Teddy wrote him off because he was like, oh, he's like a small mousy kid. I'm gonna call him Mouse. And he obviously isn't gonna be able to like survive around here. He's not gonna be able to like, he's gonna get beat up. He's gonna be bullied or whatever. And Teddy goes away. Teddy gets visitation privileges, which I think was a mechanical choice I made to get an injury. And then he visited the orphanage and saw that the kid Mouse was still there. Mouse, the kid he wrote off, kind of became the new Teddy. Not as a bully, but as like a leader, as someone that people looked up to and cared for, and he cared about them. And so that shook Teddy's nature of like, oh, I don't need to be a beast. I can be a sorcerer instead. And so even though Mouse had been one of the whispers, Mouse never came up again. And so even though this was just like a one shot, that ended up being a 2-shot because it ended up going a bit long. I ended up having like a whole character arc where like we started the game here, we ended the game here, and like I just had this character arc of how I started off like super brutal, and then like I grew to learn to care to folks, and then I suddenly became a sorcerer, and then now like I still don't care for people. And then by the end, there were untouchables I was fighting alongside that I risked myself for to help. And I like my GM asked me, like my admin asked me, it's just like, hey, like they were describing my whisper and it looked like one of the untouchables, one of the ones that survived, one of the ones that was like a little bit unsure of himself, and he survived to the end, and like he got Teddy's respect. And so Teddy had this whole character arc in the span of like 2 sessions where it's not just I'm not going to kick you when you're down. It's I am going to help you stand back up. It is I am going to give you the opportunity to grow stronger because I have since learned that that is what people can do. Why are they called untouchables if they're so touchable? Because if you touch them, then they'll be uncomfortable, which is why you have to ask for their explicit consent before you give them a pat on the back. I thought you cared. Yeah, it's so rough. Being empowered by the souls of those you watch die and you did nothing. Killing them when they're weak just prevents them from becoming strong. Hear me out. Cat 8 to 10 are the leaders of CAIN. They're all suppressants. Okay, so I will say I have suppressants in my setting. I have grace suppressants in my setting. And my player has had to experience them. Where what they do is that when they're like injected into you, like an IV drip, you go down to cat -3. And when you're first on them, you have like, you basically like pass out and you go into like a flu-like state, like you have like flu-like symptoms. And what I did is I described that in addition to the powers you get and the passive power you get from your stuff, I described to my player, who is a flux user, everything moves 1/10 of a second faster than you expected. You forgot this is what normal time flow is, because since you manifested your power, the world has moved 1/10 slower, 1/10 of a second slower. That has barely allowed you to react to things no one else would be able to. And so, even though like the passive is about steal time and like you have stutter and whatever, like it's this deeply uncomfortable, unsettling, like you lost one of your senses. Of suddenly the world is slightly faster than you're used to, and everyone's talking slightly faster, and like perception is slightly slower than normal, and like it's just so off-putting. And then they were talking to a whisper, like their girlfriend in game is a whisper user, and she was just like, I feel so anxious. I like anytime, like I even when I'm not talking to my shadow, like I just have this sense of what's going to happen next. I just have this feeling of what's about to happen to me right before it happens, and I just lost that, and I feel so naked without it. Their bind user was just like, I feel so exposed. I feel so like alone. I feel so in danger. I feel like I'm naked because I don't have my sin with me to protect me. The edit user is like, I don't feel like I'm in my body. I feel like I'm wearing someone else's skin. And so all of them who are on grace suppressants, not only were at cat -3, not only had like flu-like symptoms, were like also like having like crises where they did not realize how deep into their bones their blasphemy was. Oh, like Kairos only able to perceive the future and remember the past, but completely unaware of the present. Interesting. You put in the suppressants in the homebrew? I am. I'm going to have a little line about it. And why doesn't CAIN just use the suppressants all the time? Well, one, because they're hard to make. Two, because if you have an XO, you want them to increase in cat. And if they are like feeling flu-like symptoms, they're not gonna be able to do that. And they do use it for all retired pieces of silver XOs. When you retire and you join CAIN admin, you are on grace suppressants, which is why Sigma 1, the mentor that Hattie had, he was cat 4 when he retired, and he was on grace suppressants, and he was effectively cat 1. Sigma 2, the doctor, was cat 5 and effectively cat 2. So even though she was on grace suppressants, she was still more psychically powerful than a brand new XO, because grace suppressants cannot remove grace, they suppress grace. What happens if a regular human takes one? They would probably die. Like if a normal actual human took grace suppressants, that would reduce their grace down to like dangerous levels, and they would probably die. Wait, if you retire, you have the flu forever? The way Sigma 1 described it is that like when you first take it, you get like the flu-like symptoms, and then you basically like habituate to it. And it's one of those things where like with the offset of your body and the psychic distortion, you don't like you overcome the flu-like symptoms after a couple days. So it's one of those things where it's like your body is reacting to like, oh, my psyche is like being suppressed. Clearly this must be like I'm sick or something. And so it has a flu response, where once it realizes, oh, this is the new normal, your body stops having a flu response. Kind of like an initial reaction to a vaccine. Yeah, exactly. And so what happens is that like if you take grace suppressants, like, and then eventually like once it's like in your system, you basically take uppers. But like every single day you like take stuff to maintain it instead of just being on a constant IV drip. So it's one of those things where like the front loaded cost. So it's kind of like the cost is like the cost is like this, right? So it's kind of a lot for those first couple days, that first like week or two, and then from there it's just kind of maintenance, right? And then the longer you're on it, the harder it is to wean off of it, right? Because the more is in your system, the more your grace has been suppressed. And so it's one of those things where when you're in this first stage, you can stop taking it. Like if they take you off grace suppressors, you'll be fine. But like once you've been on it for a while, your body is not used to having that much grace anymore. If you get that, it might induce like psychological trauma to you, if not a sin event, because you go from being like, oh, I'm cat 1, oh, I'm suddenly cat 4 again. Oh my gosh. Right? And so it's like not sustainable outside of specific instances, but CAIN doesn't want a cat 4 XO running around admin unless being cat 4 is directly relevant to their job, right? So if you're just like, you were tired and now you're in charge of castle team scrambling, well, you don't need to be a cat 4 XO. So we're going to reduce you down to cat 1. So in case you start doing anything like out of sorts, we can send untouchables to take you out, right? And so it's used very selfishly in that way. But also, how do they make grace suppressants? They need to distill grace. How do you do that? You have to harvest grace. Wee! Oh, anti-psychic HRT? Basically, yeah. Beware the guy with the runny nose as they were coded once. Me, a track user, when I put on suppressants and I'm forced to listen to music with headphones instead of grace and the sound quality is worse. No! Hang on, what if a normal person on grace suppressants would be a negative grace and they're like blanks? I considered that. I don't think that would be... that would go against the setting, is my concern, right? Because in the setting, the only person with 0 grace is Faith. And she is capital H her, right? Faith is just that gal. She is her. And so I feel like if you have something where like, oh, they go into like the negative grace and they become like a blank, or oh, it can remove grace entirely from them. Like, I feel like that's when you get into the point of, well, that makes Faith not special. I feel like a normal human needs grace to function. And I think what would probably happen is that if you put grace suppressants on someone, they would like hollow as a human without being an XO. And they basically like their psyche would be decoupled from their form, and they would go into the psychic sea, and they would basically enter a coma, persistent vegetative state, whatever you want to call it, and they would no longer function. Jesse, we need to distill grace. Which, I mean, like, I've already made other stuff where like you have to distill grace for it. I've already made other stuff that like on the black market. For instance, in the document, actually, I have Drifter Snuff, which increases your grace, a Grace Blade, a Grace Grenade. So like I have stuff that like you distill grace for. How absolutely horrifying. Very cool. Thank you. I like adding, see, like one of the things to balance in CAIN Homebrew in particular is that it's horror, right? Horror. It's a horror game, not a horror game, even though that's how I say it. A horror game, which means that if it's awesome, it needs to both be cool and also inspire awe. You can have awesome stuff in CAIN, but it needs to be tinged by the understanding that it is horrifying, that it is like awe-striking, not just awesome, right? Horror game. Got it. I mean, like, listen, I'll say like, oh yeah, I was just playing like a horror game last night, and then people will look at me like, oh, go off, Arrow. I just remembered an exchange I had recently that I don't know if I can I'm not going to share this on stream. I'm not going to share that right now. I had an exchange where someone was saying something very sussy to me, and I was just like unfazed, and they found that very funny. And I feel like it's a bridge too far for a PG-13 stream. Is that why they want the bodies of deceased XOs? They want dead XOs. They want binders. They want you to execute sins. If they can make grace suppressants with sins, and on the black market, they can make drifter snuff, which increases your sensitivity. What do you think they can do with a full sin seed? What do you think they can do with concentrated grace? With all of the resources and knowledge CAIN has available? Huh. Interesting. Who wants dead exos? So CAIN wants dead exos. Their bodies. So CAIN, mechanically, like in the game, if you recover a dead exo, i.e., like Max and Malo and Skeleton and Dummy, y'all go on an adventure, and then Dummy, you're cringe, and you die from it. Ah! So you're dead. If the rest of you bring back Dummy's corpse back to CAIN, all of you get +1 XP and +1 script. These are the two currencies for advancement. XP is to level up, and script is to buy gear. Artificial exoskeletons, artificial sins. I will say, another thing I have in this document, right above it. Not right above it, but code pink. Relies upon sins. The captive sin Ozymandias. Curiouser and curiouser, indeed. I mean, we could buy exo sin seeds as consumables in the main game. Is that what they are? Is that what the white and the black are? Interesting. I can't believe Malo died of cringe. Oh, I thought I said Dummy died of cringe. Isn't there a mass-produced sin in the CAIN core book? There is, and Ozymandias is my explanation to that. Such artificial sins are most commonly grown from grace sampled from the captive sin Ozymandias and wrangled by a rotating team of blackcoats. I love lore. I love lore. I love taking like, oh hey, what's this one reference to like artificial sins in here that some governments have access to? What if CAIN did that? And then I write rules for that. And then I write ideas for that. I sure hope another artificial sin is Pagliacci. So what's Ozymandias? So Ozymandias is a poem describing the ruined statue of Ozymandias, King of Kings. And it is a parable about the impermanence of power, right? It is the whole idea of Ozymandias in the story, in the poem, which is actually written by, I think it's Mark Shelley. Maybe it's Frank Shelley. Mary Shelley's husband. The woman who wrote Frankenstein, her husband is the poet behind Ozymandias. Fun fact. And so it's about the impermanence of power. It's this ruined statue of this long forgotten ruler who no one even knows about, called Ozymandias, and he's like, King of Kings, look upon and weep. What was it? Look upon ye what and despair? Ozymandias poem. It is... My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair. Nothing beside remains. And so it's I could read all of it. I could just read it on stream. It's like definitely public domain. Yeah, look upon my works, ye mighty. Thank you. So like Ozymandias is one of those poems where it's just like, I really like Ozymandias. Like that's up there in terms of like poetry for me. And so I like the idea of CAIN's captive sin is Ozymandias. And it's used to make sins. Now, is Ozymandias captured as the ruined king? And that is the code name it was given in the hunt that led to his capture? Or is Ozymandias a representation of what CAIN has? That CAIN one day will say, I am Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look upon my works, ye mighty in despair. Beside there's nothing. I like that ambiguity. The Sin Namer crew be cooking? Yeah. You're right about the copyright struck from the grave by the dead Frank Shelley. Listen, I've read Edgar Allan Poe. Idea the terracotta army is used up and extracted Exos. Oh my gosh. Fun fact, they were looking at Ramses II statue, the most famous king of Egypt. So yeah, his works lived on. The Bryan Cranston reading? Yeah. The Breaking Bad reading? Yeah. Recite the poem right now? Okay. All right, quiet on deck. I met a traveler from an antique land who said, 2 vast and trunkless legs of stone stand in the desert. Near them, on the sand, half sunk, a shattered visage lies, whose frown and wrinkled lip and sneer of cold command tell that its sculptor well these passions read, which yet survive, stamped on these lifeless things. The hand that mocked them, and the heart that fed, and on the pedestal these words appear. My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair. Nothing beside remains. Round the decay of that colossal wreck, boundless and bare, the lone and level sands stretch far away. And so it's a parable describing the fact that no matter how powerful you are, the sands of time will weather and destroy and remove you. Oh, it's Percy Shelley. Percy Shelley is his name. Oh my gosh, he's a twink. Like, wow. Was not expecting that. Take a bit more time between the lines. Shh, don't worry about it. And I was not reading this. I was not reading this for the sake of dramatization. I was reading this for the sake of having you listen. If you want, I can take more time between the lines. I like, listen. Oh, never mind. I closed out of it. Never mind. I was about to read again. Ozymandias. If you would like, I can read again. I met a traveler from an antique land who said 2 vast and trunkless legs of stone stand in the desert. Near them, on the sand, half sunk, a shattered visage lies, whose frown and wrinkled lip and sneer of cold command tell that its sculptor well these passions read, which yet survive, stamped on those lifeless things. The hand that mocked them, and the heart that fed. And on the pedestal, these words appear. Oh, can I start over? Yeah, don't worry. I met a traveler from an antique land who said 2 vast and trunkless legs of stone near them on the sand, which yet survive, stamped on these lifeless things. Look on my works, ye mighty, and the lone and level sands stretch far away. Stop it! The pauses are so pregnant, they've already had twins. Oh my gosh, congratulations! Everyone applaud for the pauses! Listen, I just want to say, shout out to women. Shout out to women out there. I missed the line. Oh, you're right. I should... My mistake. My bad. I met a traveler from an antique land That's it. I got stage fright. I'm sorry. Yo, shout out women. I'm 6'6" and hate period cramps. Yeah, I'm 6'6", make six figures. Also, I think period cramps are stupid and dumb, and they should like just die. You know. Stop screaming! You'll wake the pregnant pause. Okay, shh, everyone. These are. Don't wake the twins. Don't wake the twins. If you're too loud, wake the twins. You can't wake up the twins if you do that. I'm going to ban you. Okay. Can I repeat the third? Okay, don't worry. I'll repeat. Okay. So. Stand in the desert. Hear them on the sand. That is the third line. Shh. Too loud. Like, why are you speaking so loud? Twins here. They're so tiny. Look at them. I don't see why you would, like, upset by them. What are you on about? You're just being too loud here. Like, what's up with you? I hope that you're not being too loud. Does anyone hear that? Does anyone hear any noise? What the frick? I hear a noise in the background. Oh no! Oh no! It's bees! The bees are here! Get out of here, bees! Ah! Okay, don't worry. I got him. Sorry, I got scared by the bees. The bees were here. The bees came a couple days too early. That's not my fault, though. I tried my best to keep away the bees. I can't fight all of them, though. Oh, speaking of bees, someone asked me on the Discord a very interesting question. And by very interesting, I mean it's probably a stupid question someone's asked me, and that means I have to answer it. Not the bees! Ah! What a stinging situation. Is Shakespeare really dead? I mean, you might be looking at him. Oh. The 10,000 wasp question? No, not 10,000 wasp question. So someone in the Discord asked me, and I'm going to make an arrow answers for this because I think it's really funny. Hi, Twinks. Shh. Think of the rabbits. I need you to turn around. I need you to think of the rabbits. I got both of them in one shot, don't worry. They're going to sleep for a very long time now. It's okay. You don't have to worry about the twins no more. In my emotional support in the CAIN supplement, Potemkin. No, I already had a Potemkin for the Neolithic. You don't get a second support Potemkin. If you want a first Potemkin that's a support Potemkin, go back to the Neolithic streams. They're still there. Arrows Blasphemies is attracting bees with ASMR. I mean, I did basically just do ASMR, then attracted the bees. Spoilers for Sunday. Going to a pig farm upstate. Double kill. Yeah, I'll do it. Did I have multiple tracks of music playing this entire time? What the frick? What the oh, I was going to say something. Oh, right. Someone asked me a question. One of the stupidest questions I've gotten. Ah! Right. Sorry. I got surprised. It's one of the stupidest questions I've gotten in a while, which means that I have to answer it. Like, legally. Like, I have to. Like, it's in my parole. You get dropped in a jail cell, sized room with no windows or doors, made of solid titanium, wearing denim jeans and a white polo shirt, holding one of those electric rackets for killing bugs. Inside this room, there's an amount decided by you of yellow jackets frenzying wasps who will immediately try to cause you as much harm as possible the second you enter with no regard for their own safety. You're teleported back to exactly where you were upon reading this message when you kill all of them, but if they win and kill you, you don't come back. If you win, for each wasp you defeat, you get $10,000. I can choose 0 and never go in the first place. How many do I want to fight? And my first question, my first thought upon reading this, naturally, Do I get any prep time? This is essential. And the official response for this question, no, you can't bring anything with you. You can think and plan mentally, but the second you say a number of wasps you want to fight, it happens. So my thought process, I'm not Batman. I don't get prep time. Teleported in an enclosed room with a bunch of wasps. I need to figure out what the frick. Like, I don't know what an electric racket is. This? Like this? So my assumption is I go around and I whack people. I whack these wasps. I go around and I whack these wasps. And if I hit them, they're done. They're gone. They're just donezo. Am I crazy? My first thought, I'm going to give you my strategy and then I'm going to tell you a number. I go in there. I'm on white shirt. I got my white shirt. I got my white polo shirt, my denim jeans. Denim jeans, my lower half is safe. Am I crazy that my first thought upon entering this room, take off my shirt, wrap it around my face so my face and neck are protected, expose my chest, and allow the bees to come, or allow the wasps to come over and sting me. And then I use it like a shield where they come directly at me and I swat out and I hit like a double-digit number of them in one swing. And then I get stung a bunch of times, but it's all across my chest and my arms. Use the jeans as a weapon? I feel like even if I whack it with the electric racket, it would still work. It does say with no regard for their own safety. That's what I'm saying. So like, if I am standing like this, and so like here down, I have jeans on, so I'm safe. I would like pull up my shirt to wrap it around at the very least my lower, like my neck, right? Because the neck would be really like dangerous. So then they can like stab me on like my stomach or my arm or whatever. But I have a swing, and I go like whoocha. Right? Well, if I go with full... See, that's the thing. That's why I asked for prep time. If I could ask for prep time, I would... Okay, I have two thoughts. One, my leather jacket. Because leather jacket is really hard for like wasps to sting through. But they say no prep time, you can't bring anything with you. So I can't go motorcycle gear. My other thought is get naked. Because the killer here is one gets in your pants... or in your shirt or under your jacket or something, and you can't get it, right? You can't get the wasp if it's like in your clothing. So I think that like if you're naked, it can't get underneath your clothing, and then you can get the wasp easily. And so what I'm thinking, so like, I'm here. Wasps are all here. I spend the like 3 seconds it takes to like put one of my arms through the shirt sleeve. I pull it up so that my shirt's kind of like doing this. So like one of my arms is fully exposed. One of my arms is slightly covered by the polo, but it's mostly around my neck. And then my free arm is like this. And I just like hit a haymaker and I back off. And then I probably get a large amount of them. The issue is the fewer amount of wasps there are, the more spread out they can be. Which means each individual strike is going to be less effective. I think I could tank a double-digit number of wasp stings. It would suck. It would be painful. To ask to change the denim jorts so we stay arrow consistent. So what I would do, I'd protect my vitals. I'd keep the jeans on. And I would use the racket as basically like a bludgeoning weapon. And I'm thinking like 10 to 20. Because 10 to 20 is enough that if I like take out 20, that would be $200,000. That would be like life-changing money, right? Like, yeah, obviously it's not going to like buy me a house, but it will make it so that I can like live, maybe not comfortably, but like I can change my financial situation off of like $100,000, off of $200,000. But obviously, if I only go for like 3 of them, $30,000 is nice, but that's not going to like last forever. That's not even going to last like 5 years, probably. And so what I'm thinking is a double-digit number of wasps, and even if they reach me, wasps die once they sting you, correct? So if I can just tank, like, I don't know, there's 20 wasps, let's say. I take out 8 of them, 12 sting me. No, they don't. Oh, that's bees. Are they venomous? Are they venomous? I know they're like painful, but are they venomous? I'm severely underestimating the epic 1v1 that can go down with a single wasp. No. I understand the 1v1 with a wasp, but what I'm thinking is that if I have like half my body is covered by jeans and my vital like neck area is covered by shirt, I can tank some sucky wasp sting. They also bite really hard. Well, yeah, but I have an electric racket. Like yes, obviously I don't want to be in pain, but I do want $100,000. You're the writer of this question. That's why I chose wasps. They sting until they think I'm dead. I've vendetta to wasps. They stung my middle finger twice. They got venom. Oh, so they do have venom. Like, if a wasp stings me like 100 times, will I die is my question. Or will I just be in severe pain? Right? Because like, I'm thinking 10 to 20. And the question is like, how many, right? Because like, if I got $100,000, that would change my financial situation. It can also kill you. Depends on the amount of wasps. Apparently, if you're not allergic to yellow wasps, you need to be stung more than 1,000 wasps to get close to dying. I think 15. Ah! I made it back. Okay, not gonna lie, was not what I was expecting. I was expecting more of like a lead up. I was expecting like once I chose a specific number, I would hear like a countdown or something. No, it was instant. The shirt plan did not work. I struggled with the shirt for a bit. It took me like 3 seconds, but I didn't actually get my arm out. So I just like gave up, and my neck really hurts. You were right. The racket sucked. I was just whacking them and they would go down, but then they would come back. So I did end up taking off my pants and swinging that around. The weight of the denim did the job. Yeah, so if you're going to answer this question, don't give an answer until you're prepared to just be instantly teleported. Did my model break? What the frick? Did my model disappear while I was gone? Like, how long was I gone for? Told you to use the drawers. Listen, you saved me. Reading chat inspired me to do that. I don't know if it's true, but I heard wasp venom helps with cancer. What the frick? I was back instantly? Oh my gosh. Well, I'm waiting on the bank transfer, so I took on $150,000 worth of wasps. That's pretty neat. So do I have to like give my bank information? How am I gonna collect? You can crush them against your body if they're stinging you. That's how I killed one that attacked me. Okay, I have a confession. I have been stung by one singular... I was scammed. Wait, what do you mean I was scammed? Did I get that in writing? Well, yeah, it's an error rights question, right? Right? This is admissible in court, right? If I show the judge this, I just have to be like, hey, yeah, where's my $150,000, right? Right? Oh, jeez. You've been streaming for 12 years. No! My confession. I have been stung by one, count 'em, one singular bee in my entire life. And do you want to know why I got stung? I was a child. No. I was a child walking with flip-flops, and it was like floating down by my feet, and it literally got like caught. How do flip-flops look? It got caught between my flip-flop and my foot as the flip was flopping and stung the bottom of my foot on accident. That is the only time I've ever been stung by a bee. This falls under your arrow wrongs. Oh man. My accountant's gonna kill me. Alright, this was amusing, but I really have to leave now. I hope the parting doesn't sting. Never been jealous of a bee, but I was a child. I was a child. I once got stung on the hard palate. On the hard palate? Oh my gosh. Yeah, bees don't want to sting. They love peace and being gay. Yeah. They're just chill like that. Even wasps. Like, I don't think I've ever been stung by a wasp. Now, obviously, I exercise caution around wasps. Like, wasps are not pleasant. However, I don't think I've been stung by them. Okay, so it's been 2 hours. I'm not going to get into CAIN Homebrew because I already talked about CAIN Homebrew. I showed you what I wrote last night. I don't need to do that. I'm going to get into the questions, and then I think I got to wrap up because I said it was going to be 2 hours. It's going to be 2 hours. Speaking of being gay, did you know that yesterday was the lesbian day? Yuri Miss even? I saw someone in the Discord post that yesterday was like Yuri Day. And no one told me. No one told me. I spent Yuri Day playing Stellaris. I could have been going out and... Well, let's not be real. I would not be having anything Yuri happen to me if I went out in the day. I was eating an apple that I took a bite with a little extra venom. Eee. Wasps are evil critters, but they're also important pollinators. Yeah, I know. Yappy late Yuri Day. Hope you're not lonely. Did you at least do Yuri and Stellaris? Well, we were zombie robots. So we were toxic, if that helps. I was expecting monsters. Looking at the thumbnail, I see foot bee. All is good. We were talking about CAIN monsters earlier. We were talking about metamorphosis earlier. Shush, 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 shush. What will we be making another ASMR today? Maybe ASMR, but you're being sent to sleep with the fishes. That would be funny. Like, mob boss roleplay. Where I'm sending you off to sleep with the fishes. But like, I'm giving you pointers. In order how to like, seduce the fishes. Because the fishes is actually my friend. And I'm trying to like, be your wingman. Does this have legs? It shouldn't. It's a fish. It should have fins. But like, hey, like this is the workshop phase. This is the brainstorming phase. We can talk it through. It's like saying Dio or Frieza is now a good guy. No. Wasp evil, definitely not the poison. How many sessions as a player would you recommend of any TTRPG, or at least CAIN, should you have before you jump into GMing? 0. I am of the opinion that you do not need to be a player to GM. I think that being a player and then GMing will be helpful for you. I think that it will allow you to have a more being a player before being a GM will give you a greater understanding of the rules, which will help you in adjudicating decisions. And also, it will give you a very important perspective of how the game feels to play. As a GM, it's really easy to lose the player experience, and being a player helps combat that. But you do not need to be a player in order to GM. I'm of the opinion that more players should try GMing, and more people who want to get into TTRPGs should feel comfortable, or rather not comfortable, it is scary, it is uncomfortable, to try GMing. But if you're a new player that has not played a TTRPG before, and you're running for other new players that have never played the TTRPG before, how are they going to call you out when you get stuff wrong? Like, yeah, you're going to mess up. Yeah, you're going to get stuff wrong. Yeah, you're going to make up rules that don't actually exist. You're going to misread things. You're going to forget stuff that should have happened. The players don't know that. Did the players have fun? If yes, you did good job. If no, you maybe still did a good job and maybe it was just a communication issue. And like, that's when you can talk about that. But being a GM is not this this title that you should strive for. Being a GM is just another role that you can have in the friend group. Being the GM is just another role to play. And I think that the simultaneous, like an inverse pedestal, where I've found GMs in TTRPG spaces are simultaneously propped up as like the masters of the game, and they have game master. What do you think? They're propped up as masters of the game that are rules adjudicators and judges, and then the only adult in the room among a group that is completely juvenile and all this stuff and whatever. But in my experience, I'm just another player. I just happen to play the world instead of a character. I still have things I want to see happen. I still have the dice go against me. I still have plot lines, and I still have investment that I want to see from other player characters. Being GM is identical to being a player. It's just, it requires more prep. And that being said, GMs are like, the idea of a GM is lofted and this, or lauded as this lofty goal, while at the same time being one of the most disrespected positions I've ever seen. Like straight up unironically, GMs have gotten way more flack for the amount of things they ask from you in return than I have seen elsewise. And like the only other difference would be like Reddit mods or like Discord moderators, like forum administrators kind of deal is a similar niche of I'm doing this because I care about it and everyone hates me for it. Which, like, obviously, I think everyone has a story of at least one Discord mod who was a creepy weirdo, of one Reddit mod who like got offended and like blacklisted someone from a community because their fragile ego was damaged. And a lot of people have stories of GMs that are like petulant manchilds, right? We have GMs that don't know how to accommodate the needs and desires and interests of others, and they just try to run the game that they want to play as the GM without listening to their players. That sucks. But ultimately, I think most GMs just like try to have fun. And then a lot of players hold them to unreasonable standards. And I think a lot of GMs hold themselves to unreasonable standards because of this like weird pedestal that they're put on. They're put on this pedestal, and the pedestal is like built at an elevation that's like below sea level while you're on a mountain. So like you're still on your pedestal, you're still lauded for this lofty ambition that you should live up to be a proper GM, but you're still constantly disrespected. And the people who are the worst defenders of this, I found, are the people who talk like there's the biggest difference between GMs and players. I mean, GMing is already way more time consuming than playing. Yeah, but like, I don't know about you, I love GMing. I love GMing. Like if given the choice, I could only ever play TTRPG systems or run TTRPG systems, I would probably say I would rather only run TTRPG systems. Now, obviously, I want to do both. Based on the systems, I have a different interest. Like Lancer, I really want to play. Perfect Draw, I really want to play. CAIN, I am more interested in running CAIN than I am playing it. I like creating the sin and creating the investigation and like running the site and whatever. That's really interesting for me. World of Darkness, I really like both. D&D, I have had a bit of exposure on both sides. I enjoy both, but like I prefer running D&D to playing it. The Matt Mercer effect. Okay, so like the Matt Mercer effect, I'm not gonna lie, I think it's kind of dumb. Not because it's like it is dumb as a concept. Like I think it's true. I think that the Matt Mercer effect is real in that as an idea, it is. So the Matt Mercer effect, for anyone who doesn't know, Matt Mercer, DM of Critical Role, at least was until Campaign 4. Very popular. One of the main people responsible for the popularity of Dungeons and Dragons in the mid 2010s. And so a bunch of people got into D&D by watching Critical Role, saw Matthew Mercer, a professional actor, running a game for a bunch of other professional actors, and then held their home GM to the standard of Matt Mercer. And the reason I think this is kind of dumb, outside of the fact that, like, yes, the ethos here is dumb, I think this simplifies the conversation. I think this reduces all nuance. And I think that this makes it player bad, GM good, which I don't think is true. Something I have found, and this is a bit of a hot take. I understand this is a bit of a hot take. I have found that forever GMs would rather, on average, in my experience, they would rather play the victim than actually talk to their group about their interests. 9 times out of 10, whenever someone complains about being a forever GM, they have not told their group, hey, I'm not having fun running. I want to spend time playing. Can one of you run? But then they spend multiple hours every week online, in online forums, on Discord groups, complaining about their group and how their group never lets them play. And I do think that this is a very big issue, the Matt Mercer effect. I think it's true that a lot of players, particularly in the mid 2010s, saw Critical Role, expected that was what D&D was like, and then expected that from their GM, particularly without putting in the effort themselves. Matthew Mercer, incredible GM. Critical Role, as a cast, incredible players. Matt Mercer running for a bunch of new players that none of them know what they're doing is not going to be half as entertaining as Matt Mercer running for Critical Role. Or even like if he was guest starring and like running for D20 or something. Like, they all have a good rapport. They all are professional actors. They all know where each other's boundaries are and where the lines are and where they can push and where they can be interesting and where they can pull back. Players don't have that most of the time. So, I mean, it's like not just the Matt Mercer effect, it's also the player effect. But forever GMs, if you consider yourself a forever GM, tell your group, hey, I want to play. I'm not having fun. And if they are your friends, they will say, hey, I want my friend to have fun. Sure. And then they'll almost always be like, well, I'm not going to GM because I'm not going to be good at it. This other person can, and they're going to try and kick it. And then as the forever GM say, no, dummy, I think that you will be a good GM. You should GM for the group. Zeno, I know you mentioned you wanted to play Lancer. I know nothing about Lancer. How about you run Lancer for us? And so like you can call out specific people as like, hey, I think you'd be a good fit. People like it when you compliment them. People like it when you're nice to them. Particularly if they're your friend and your opinion is important to them. Which means that if I say, hey, Greyhound, I know you brought up playing World of Darkness, and you really, really want to play a Garrow. And I want to play a vampire. So would you be able to run World of Darkness so I get a chance to be a player? And then once I get my chance to be a player, I can then run for you and the rest of the group in a werewolf game. You run a vampire game where I get a chance to be a player, and then I'll have experience with the system where then I can run werewolves for you. Suddenly, it's not I'm shifting the label Forever GM to you. It's hey, I want 8 to 12 sessions to be a player. I want to try playing a vampire. I want to try this new system. And then I can reciprocate because friendships are reciprocal. Compensatory. Back and forth. Why am what? Have I been in top chat this whole time? If I have ignored your message, I'm so sorry. I just realized I've been in top chat, not live chat. I have missed a bunch of messages. My apologies. So if you're here and didn't say hi to you, just say hi. My apologies. I think the GM is the most important player, but still just a player. I wouldn't even say the most important player. I would say the single most important player in any group is the one that engages. More important than the GM, more important than the leader, more important than the funniest person or the one that knows all the rules, the person that engages with the game and keeps sets the tone, really. Often, this is the GM. Often, the GM is the most engaged with the game out of all of the players. They set the tone, everyone follows. The tone setter is not always the GM. The tone setter can be. I just realized your name was #1 Arrow Kisser. Like, you've been in chat for a minute now, and I know that you're also in the community elsewise. I just realized the name. The player who presses the big red button, basically. Not necessarily presses the big red button, but makes it so everyone feels, oh, this game matters. There's a psychological phenomena where the first person to do something, i.e., the GM, sets something up. Nobody claimed the title before you. We did have an Arrow Kisser Pope at one point, but then their account got hacked, and so they had to step back from the community for a bit. So other people have gone for the title. And I think that if you tell that to Rory will get... Rory will contest. The idea of the GM being like other players in a collaborative story and gameplay takes a lot of weight off the shoulders. Exactly. And so there's a psychological phenomena. If I am at a party and I start dancing and no one else is dancing, I'm a weirdo. That's how it is. Even if there's music playing, I'm the weirdo who's dancing at this party where the vibe isn't to dance. I am not the single most important person to that dance, to that culture shift. Stevie coming forward and dancing with me makes it so that I am validated. I am no longer the weirdo. I started something. And so because Stevie does it, Dire Queen does it, and B joins, and Xeno joins, and suddenly we have 5 people dancing. And then B goes, well, I don't want to miss out. I'm going to join the dance circle. And then we have 6 people dancing. And this is not only, like I saw this in like university classes. Like I took classes where like this was literally explained to me like on an academic level. I have literally, at the club, I have started dance circles by this exact principle. I saw someone was dancing in such a way that invited collaboration. Like they weren't just like dancing by themselves. They were like trying to have a good time with others. And by me joining them, that signaled to everyone else this was something you could join. And so suddenly we form a dance circle. And so suddenly we have a bunch of people who don't know each other's names all dancing together. Suddenly we have like life gets injected in this corner of the club. And so it's something where like actually in real life, the second person joining into something, i.e. the first player that engages with the game on the same level or on a similar level to the GM, that signals to the rest of the group, this is what we're doing. Meanwhile, if I'm running a game and Dire Queen is on their phone, that signals to everyone else, oh, we're not engaging right now. No matter how much I care about the game, no matter how I'm trying to have a really tense, emotional moment in the story, if a player is on their phone, that signals to everyone else, well, they're not engaged, so I don't need to engage. Groupthink is real, and utilizing basic player psychology allows you to be aware of, I'll say, a lot of the pitfalls a lot of folks run into. Now, obviously, if I'm running a game, Xeno is super engaged. That does not mean B is going to engage as well. But it means that B sees that engagement is an opportunity that is available and valid. And so Xeno is very important there, did not single-handedly change the group, right? Is it literally handler tactics from Girlframe? Well, and that's why I really enjoyed reading Girlframe, is because the dev, Isabel Rubisat, understood a lot of player psychology. A lot of the advice in like how to run the game, advice in play, how to run the conversation is the same sort of advice I give because I found it works. And like, I will also say, I'm sure it was inspired by like 18 plus culture, which I don't have much experience with in terms of like that scene. But obviously, I'm sure that inspired Girlframe a ton, and that is another realm where they are experts on, I guess you could call it player psychology, but like groupthink. collective psychology. The idea of social expectations, reading subtle cues, like that's the kind of thing where that's not a community I'm a part of, but it has overlap with girl frame, and I would not be surprised if that influenced that. Oh gosh, which Stellaris species do I hate the most? I played like 10 hours of Stellaris yesterday, and I met someone that formed the Galactic Council. They were nice. I met a theocracy who immediately wanted to be my friends. Give me a moment. Wait, why are you meowing? No, stop meowing. Stop. Having to kill some strays. Listen. I'm here. And I'm not going to advocate for the blind firing into a crowd of any individuals. But what I am saying is that, do cat girls really deserve human rights? I mean, like, we just talked about Nekopada the other day, and they don't have rights there. Can you rough? Fine. You get one singular ruff, woof, bow wow, and or bark each. I don't want to hear any more. What happened here? Don't worry. You couldn't possibly know what you're talking about. Why does this feel like a 40k question? Okay, well, I mean, so cat girls in 40k are canonical, and they are in the military because everyone is in the military in 40k. What was I doing? I stepped away for a second. What was I doing before then? But you're cool. You can be cool, and that just means that you're not barking or meowing. Wait, why are you meowing? Continues to shoot assassins. Listen, I will say the fact that as soon as I step away, the two instincts in this community are to meow and to shoot each other. I think that perfectly summarizes this community. The arrow kissers are not, if not just this. You are bilaterally divided across violence and what would that be like? Being small and violent creatures. Which, in case you don't know, how many of you actually don't know what an arrow kisser is? How many of you don't know, like, what you are? This is an arrow kisser. It's you. Arrow kissers are what you are. You are a little, like, black blob. You're a little bit of void, a little bit of shadow, with 2 eyes and a gun. And I have had some lovely art come in of what people... What the fricky? I've had people draw their, like, arrow kisser sonas. And if you want to send yours in, you can send them on Discord or just, like, draw them on Twitter and at me or whatever. Blue Sky, at me. And I add it to my little collection. And I have not updated this in about a year, so I'm probably going to, like, maybe end of the month, update the fan art reel. Because if you don't know, this little fan art reel right here, this little fan art reel right here, it's just a bunch of different pieces of fan art. I'll probably, like, rotate some out. I'll add in some new ones because I've gotten a lot since in the past, like, year. So if you want your art to be featured in this little fan art wheel, this little carousel, send it my way sometime in the next, like, month. I think last update was Snake. No. I started running CAIN in, like, November. This was updated, like, I set this up in, like, July, maybe August. A blob with a gun, very gender. Yes, exactly. Arrow kissers do not form a civilized society. No, you do not. Whoa. It's not violence. We're just taking them out back. Hey. I had no idea. I'm not a black blob with 2 eyes and a gun. Well, you better conform real quick. The perfect form, potato. The perfect non-binary. I mean, okay. It may or may not be influenced by my personal detachment from my physical form. Let's be real. Like, when I signed up at the non-binary store to buy one, to sell my gender, is what I did. I had to sign a clause that now, the moment I understood the weakness of my flesh, it disgusted me. Should I play Stellaris on Saturday? What if I played Stellaris on Saturday? Because, like, I was going to program on Saturday. I was going to program tomorrow. What if I play Stellaris? Because, like, I can just chat while playing Stellaris. The reason I thought of that is because I was playing the zombie robots, and the only lore I wrote for my zombie robots was the moment I understood the weakness of my flesh, it disgusted me. How much does gender sell for? Depends on market price. It's highly volatile. Currently, gender is actually on the rise. I sold it at a low point. I should have held. But yeah, post 2012, like throughout the 2010s and early 2020s, like the value was like going down because it was saturating the market. Now gender is actually becoming way more important again. A lot more people are valuing gender and holding people to what they believe should be their conception of gender, regardless of whether or not that's accurate. So value of gender is on the rise. We're shadowy henchmen of the big boss Arrow. Yes, we go out home to pretend to be kitties. What the frick? Yeah, so which Stellaris species did I hate the most? So I met folks that made the they made the Federation. I had the robots that were right beside me. I had theocrats that I've been friends with since I met them because they were peaceful. Even though they're spiritual, even though I'm materialist, we kind of like have a handshake agreement of just like, hey, good trade. And actually, their new leader is one of my species. Their leader is one of my zombies. I had the folks that pounded my back door. while I was fighting the robots. So I think I hate these guys the most. There's a hive mind off in the distance that they're kind of aggressive. There's these reptile boys that, like, I'm kind of on neutral terms with them. I think they're wary towards me, but we're both part of the Federation. I supported their proposal, so they kind of like me. These like little hobbit creatures, not hobbit creatures. These little other creatures. Oh, they're these freaking like mollusk people. And they're like isolationists, so they only have like 2 systems. And they keep stonewalling me every time I try and talk to them. And it's like, disrespect your surroundings. Pawn Star style TV show about a gender store. Yeah, so I see right here that despite the fact that you had a very typical masculine aligned childhood growing up, you really kind of explored androgyny throughout your teenage years. And listen, I'm not gonna lie, this is some well-used gender, and it's not really hitting that traditional like market value of masculinity. Now, I still think this can be worth something. Let me call my guy. And then I call in my buddy who's like one of the manliest dudes I know, who's like super into like fitness and whatever. And I'm just like, so what do you think? And he's like, you know, this gender has potential. I think that just with like probably a year of bulking and a better diet plan, this could really be something, but you're going to need to put in work for it. Yeah, I would not pay more than 4 schmeckles for it. And I'm like, well, my guy said 4 schmeckles, but I got to run a business. 2 schmeckles. And then you're like, that really, like, I could just sell this on the street for 3. And I say, listen, tell you what, I don't want you walking out of here empty handed. So I can do 2 schmeckles and you'll be considered a lesbian, even though you're non-binary. And then they're like, am I allowed in masculine spaces too? And then I say, that's entirely dependent on region. I'm not in charge of that. And then you're like, all right, we got a deal. And then we shake hands. And then you get 2 schmeckles and you're considered a lesbian. Like, boom. Only 4 schmeckles. Dude, I told you, prices are down. Like, gender went down recently. That's my experience. Gender's going back up now as traditional gender roles are being reinforced, at least in the US. What happens if one person who's very rich buys all the genders in the market? Then they would be the first pan-gender person. Now, yes, there are people who are pan-gender. They identify as everything, and they are everything. But they have not collected the genders of everyone. They would be the financial, like, DLC pay-to-win version of defeating people in combat. Defeat, pronouns, combat meme. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? They would be the pay-to-win version of this. I absorb the pronouns of everyone I defeat in combat. My hair's bluer than you could ever imagine. My pronouns are he, 81, she, 74, they, 43, any, 12. Soon your pronouns will be none, none. Their pay-to-win version of this is what they are. What am I making? So today, the plan, as it always is, was to work on my CAIN supplement. And then I got less work done today than I have on non-productive streams. Because that's just how it is. Time to crack and beat some eggs. I need some protein post-gym. Nice. How many schmeckles is a carton of eggs? Well, so with shrinkflation, it's actually the same amount as it was 10 years ago, but you get fewer eggs. Like the actual eggs are smaller now. So it's still the same dozen eggs for 1 schmeckle. However, the eggs are smaller and you get less volume for the same price. Is Canadian or Australian schmeckle? Schmeckle is a universal currency. It just depends on who you're talking to. Hello, Sterlinga. Gah, I've been it. Oh my gosh. So I was making a CAIN supplement. Which, how many of you have like no context for my CAIN supplement? Either you don't know CAIN or you have not been following the progress of my CAIN supplement. Because like, the CAIN supplement, I've been working on off and on for like a month now. And I have like how to become a virtue, how to change your blasphemies, what happens when you're exposed to the psychic sea, lore about like virtue transference, like cryo freezing, virtue deployment, like untouchables. Like I have all of these. Are schmeckles an NFT? So tech bros tried making schmeckle NFTs before. They tried with crypto. even before then. And what they found is that the sheer power of the Schmeckle broke the blockchain, and Schmeckles cannot be NFTified. The files would get corrupted every time they tried, and it's just like they're self-perpetuating. You cannot contain that which is beyond human understanding. Schmeckles are from a higher plane of existence, and that plane is obviously Schmeckeldorf, the plane of Schmeckle. Familiar with CAIN, but not your stuff, but I am new here. Ah, you missed the virtue stuff? Gosh, I went over the virtue stuff last week. Do you want to see the virtue stuff again? I made a system for like how virtues are different, virtue deployment, cryo freezing, and how it's not actually cryo freezing, but like a special group called the Crypt Keepers, like stasis them, and how in modern times flux has been used, how to become a virtue. Are Schmeckeldorfians inhabitants of the realm? Of course. Better than us? Some believe so. And surprisingly, it's not just some Schmeckeldorfians have a superiority complex. Some Earthlanders, which is what they call us, actually believe Schmeckeldorfians are superior. And then this led to this weird thing where like there's this weird lost in translation thing. Start calling them Thetans. And so now we have Scientology that worship the Schmeckeldorfians in order to become one of them and get your own planet post-death. The Schmeckeldorfians, I don't, like, they did decline to comment, but they're also not a monolith, so maybe I just reached out to a bad source. I'm gonna be honest, I saw Ozymandias, I thought it said Ozampic. I'm feeling an unexplainable urge to invade Schmeckeldorf and cause unspeakable carnage. Have you considered that, that would, like, ruin the global supply of Schmeckles? Like, stop being selfish for a moment. Consider the poor billionaires that only have a 4-digit number of Schmeckles in their account. Have I played with the idea of other groups that deal with psychic phenomena and aren't CAIN or under heaven? Group of mercenaries that use blasphemies or something? I already have. I absolutely already have. In my CAIN game, there is a binder, a rogue exo called Bridge, that featured briefly in a admin work that Hattie, the player character, went on, and has come back again, a second time now, in the recent hunt. And she's made it clear she is a lone operative, but works with different organizations, that each of which request grace supplements from her. These might be synseeds, these might be portions of drifters, and she works both with Under Heaven, it was revealed, and she doesn't really know anything about Under Heaven. She also has worked with like mundane organized crime, like graceless organized crime. She has not directly worked with them, but government institutions absolutely work with them. PMCs, the Illuminati is an organization that is like canonical to CAIN that I think is underneath Under Heaven, but probably how I would run it would be a separate organization that nonetheless venerates Under Heaven. So yeah, I love including like third parties. I love including other organizations. Under Heaven kind of encompasses that, because I think something to keep in mind, Under Heaven, at least how it is put forward in canon, is not evil CAIN. I think it's very easy to have Under Heaven be like, oh, good guys CAIN, bad guys Under Heaven, we need a third party. Under Heaven is the third party. It's, again, simplified. Good guys CAIN, bad guys sins, third party Under Heaven. Under Heaven is not good. Under Heaven is not aligned with either sins or CAIN, though might be aligned with some sins. So I like Under Heaven kind of being that third party, but I also like having random organized crime. Having the governments be involved. Having a random PMC be involved. But not necessarily like on that same kind of like to the level of being a player as Under Heaven, right? Yeah, Illuminati confirmed. I'm gonna ask, what do I, as a gender fluid person who needs to tell my friends how to refer to me each day but doesn't want to seem annoying? So, depends on your personality. If you know them online, you can make it very easily for them and just have it be your bio. / you change your profile picture. For instance, you have more of a mask day, you have something like blue to your profile picture. If you're more of a femme day, more pink. If you're more androgynous, more of like, maybe you choose like yellow. Like you just color code it, your profile picture, so they can see at a glance. In person, if you have friends that you want to not bother by being like authentic to yourself, that is something where instead of saying like hi when you first meet, just make a greeting that involves telling them what your gender is that day, right? If you're gender fluid, you can just be like, hey guys, and this means I'm more masculine today. Hey girls, regardless of their gender, right? Regardless of who you're speaking to. Hey girls, I'm more femme-leaning today. Right? And so like pronoun pins could work unless they don't. Like, sure, that also works. I like this seems more like I'm not like Nico isn't asking for like, oh, how can I passively signal like on the down low just in case? I think it's more of like hey, these are people I love and trust and care for, and they care for me, but I don't want to bother them. And what I will say is that I think it's a valid concern to say, oh, well, if I'm gender fluid and I'm constantly like updating them on my pronouns, I'm worried that'll be annoying, because like that will be annoying. Like I would be struggling to keep track of that as someone who's friends with someone like that, but I would not like be annoyed at the person. Does that make sense? I'd be annoyed at the change, which is not to say like that invalidates their experience or that I don't like them as a person. That just means like it's one more thing to keep track of in my brain, right? And that's something where minimizing that friction, I think, is a good thing to do, particularly because that depends on the patience of your friends. Some friends might think that means they're annoyed at you and then they start getting upset at you. So I think trying to minimize that in a direct but easy way is good. So I would recommend make a greeting that includes a signal of what your gender is, and like have it be obvious. So you're not like, hi means mask, hey means femme, and what's up means non-binary. Like you don't have to go that. I would recommend against that, because then that's like too low key. But like, hi guy, I'm mask-leaning. Hi gal, I'm femme-leaning. Hi them, I'm non-binary leaning. Like that's the kind of thing you can do. That's what I would recommend. If you have long hair, you could style differently depending on the gender. I try to do something like that to myself. What's up is indeed non-binary. Aren't under heaven not ethnically cleansing people? Okay, so depends on your interpretation of under heaven. In my setting, I have under heaven set up in a cell structure where like each one has like 1 or 2 head honchos, maybe like 2 or 3. And then these might know like, okay, you know you, you know you, you know you, you know you, and you know you. But like this one doesn't know this one. This one doesn't know this one. It's all very disjointed. And so this organization might want to not ethnically cleanse people. Like, might think like, oh, humans are apes and like, let's annihilate them. Whereas this one might believe, no, humanity needs to evolve into sins, and therefore we should induce sin in everyone. The core thing that unifies all of them together under the single ideology is the idea of sin supremacy. However, each individual cell has its own ethos and rituals and agenda related to sin supremacy. Some want to wipe out humans, some want to subjugate humans, some want to ascend humans to be exos sins, some want to become sins, some want to use sins as weapons. Like, all of them have different opinions. Can I submit a short story for you to read? I can't promise I'm going to read it, but if you put it in on the Discord, original works, by all means, you absolutely can. And I might check it out. I try to avoid, unless it's like related to the channel, it's like related to me, I try to avoid like reading like, oh, this person's like fan work or whatever. Because if I say, hey, this was really good, I think it was a bit slow to begin with. But I really enjoyed it. I know enough people who would just ignore that I enjoyed it, ignore that it's good, and they would be like, oh, person that I watched told me that I had a slow beginning. I suck as a writer. I'm never going to write anything again. Oh my gosh, and like they panic. I know enough people who, in like my personal life who have done that kind of thing that I would not want to impose that on anyone. And to me, as a writer, I kind of critique as I read, right? So while I could just say, oh, it's good, I enjoyed it, that would feel inauthentic to me. And so to avoid uncomfortable power dynamics, I just avoid it. And not to mention is that like, well, I always don't have time. So I might not be able to read your stuff. It's not mine, big dog. Oh, if it's like a short story you want me to read, like not yours. Yeah, cool stuff. Like post on the Discord in another channel. I might check it out. Same question, but you're fighting children with a 7-inch dagger. Are these like evil children? Okay, so my buddy, something that he asked me literally every single night for an entire summer, if not a year, was if you were in the Roman Colosseum. Chickens! Oh, okay. Basically, my buddy would ask me like, hey, if a bunch of first graders were coming at you and they're bloodlusted in waves of 10, how many waves could you beat if there was a 5th grade boss every 10 waves? And he would constantly ask me that. And so like, that was my first thought. How many chickens could I fight with a 7-inch dagger? Okay. Chickens are good at being disruptive, but they can't really deal a lot of damage. I know everyone wants to kill all humans. It's just that exos aren't considered humans. Well, that's the thing. In my setting, not all of them do. Some of them want to ascend them. Some of them want to subjugate them. You got to do the teleport bit again before the next question. Well, I didn't give an answer. If I said, oh yeah, I definitely could take on 3 chickens. That was so much worse than the wasps. I thought it would be easy. I thought that, like, I could just stab him. No. I don't know if it was their feathers or their fat or their meat or whatever. Those things, oh my gosh. That was so much worse than the wasps. I thought the dagger would help. It was a danger to me more than anything. I nearly didn't make it out of there. I can't believe 3 chickens. Zelda was right? Oh my gosh. I can't believe Zelda was right about that. How often do I think I'll play Stellaris? What will probably happen is that now my brain is on Stellaris. When I have free time, which at this point is like once per week, and it's like generally not that long, I will want to play Stellaris, so I will load up Stellaris. Rory, I'm probably gonna make time with him to play it because he wants to show me more of Stellaris, and so I might play it like twice a week or whatever. And that's probably gonna be it. And then I'm gonna do this like nonstop. It's gonna be the only game I play for like a month, and then I'm gonna wean off of it because how I play games, so they tend to focus on one at a time. I played Marvel Rivals exclusively for a while. There was a time period where I was playing Persona 5. That was really the only game I wanted to play off stream. Stellaris, I will probably play on stream tomorrow because I think it'd be fun. The question is, do I make a new species? Or do I continue the species I already had and kind of walk you through my process? How ADHDer play video games? That's how a lot of people play Star Wars. I mean, like, that's how I play Civ. That's how I play CK. That's how I play a lot. Like, not even just, like, games in general, but, like, specifically, like, 4X or strategy games, grand strategy games, Total War Warhammer. I want to play Total War Warhammer 3. I have Total War Warhammer 3. I didn't realize I had it for the longest time, so I kind of want to play that at some point. You say this because this is how you play video games? Well, I do have a ADHD, so... New species that we're keeping up. I was thinking new species. I was also wondering if it would be interesting because, like, I'm already, like, a couple decades into the game. It might be more interesting now that I have a setup as opposed to the beginning of the game, which is mostly just sensors. Show your species and then I can show off my species and then we can make one together. Oh my gosh. Hello, new species got to be the arrow amorphous blob. I could make the arrow kissers. You could be militarists. You could be autocratic. You are led by arrow, which I would be like a soul, like dynasty leader. We could do this. You can make the arrow kissers. We expand our mafia to the guy. Yes. Okay. That's what we're doing tomorrow. How does a campaign story work in CAIN with this Monster of the Week format? What I did, which, disclaimer, I've been running a one-on-one game for a single player, which means the story is entirely revolved around that one player. And anyone who's been following the channel for the past 8 months, weekly, just about, for the past couple months now, I have been giving a summary of what's happened in my CAIN game, and I used downtime more than I used hunts, because I like the idea that hunts are rare, and I made it a character drama using the tension of bureaucracy and the overhead of CAIN as horror for most of the game. And that means that my player not only gets really excited to go out on hunts because, we're getting to play we're getting a gameplay now, but also they are so scared because now it's not that they're partying with 3 NPCs who they know the name, the blasphemy, the cat, and the personality of. They are venturing off with 3 NPCs who they know the traumas of, who they know the innermost desires of, who they know what makes them tick, what makes them cry, and what makes them want to be more than the weapon that they are. And my player's heart has broken several times over because I killed or induced sin overflow, or I made run away the NPCs that they grew to love. And that is where I've gotten the horror of this game. The horror of CAIN in CAIN Valentines, which is the kind of unofficial name of the game I've been running, has been the interpersonal horror of watching all of your friends die around you, being the last survivor. Hattie, as a player character, has not really been at risk any time during the game. And I told my player, this isn't the point of the game. The point of the game is not that I'm going to kill your character. The point of the game is that you are going to survive all of these other people. And I made it hurt. And my player is like, oh, that hurts so good. You're so good at hurting me. And I'm like, yeah, I know. And it's fun like that. So that's how I did Monster of the Week style. What I would do for a more proper traditional group where it's I'm running for 4 different players. I'm not just tailoring it to one person. I would do hunt, a couple downtime sessions, probably 1 or 2. Hunt, 1 or 2 downtime sessions. Hunt, and I would probably have a time skip sometime either in the downtime session or at the very end of the downtime session, because again, sins I think are less common in my setting than in CAIN canon. So it will be once a month there's a sin in my game. Whereas I think in CAIN canon, it's more once a week, right? Division 12 is awesome CAIN actual play. Yeah. So I've heard. I was so ready for Hattie to be the last one remaining and reaching Black Coat status, but at what cost? We're approaching that point readily. Our non-binary 40k Emperor. I thought making a CAIN story would be like Monster of the Week with a build up to the final monster like Evangelion or Chainsaw Man. So what I would do is I would run Hunt 1. I would give them some downtime. I would run Hunt 2, give them some downtime, run Hunt 3. And what I would do is I would add in probably 3 plot lines. One plot line would be Under Heaven Interference. One plot line would be CAIN admin and virtues. And then one plot line would be some kind of connection of all of the sins. And I would basically navigate or probably not based on sins. I'd probably do it based on the player exos. Because like Under Heaven, for instance, and then I would tailor it to what they bite on. I would like drop hints of this. Oh, this one is in Hunt 1. This one is in Hunt 2. This one is just like passively like during downtime. And then by like Hunt 3, I'm like, okay, they expressed a lot of interest in the Under Heaven stuff. They didn't really care about like the what if fate, like what if Justice is going rogue? There's a plot line that Justice might go rogue, and they didn't really care about that. So I just dropped that plot line. I maybe resolve it in a satisfying way where it's like, oh, that was just misinformation spread by Under Heaven to like degrade CAIN's loyalty. Oh, okay, so Under Heaven side back into it, and maybe they don't really care about their personal exos like traumas. So I run a game where it turns out Hunt 1 and Hunt 2 were seemingly unrelated, but actually they were both the result of a single Under Heaven binder who was inducing sin overflow in grace-sensitive individuals and just seeing what would happen. And so Hunt 3 actually isn't to take on a sin. It's to track down this binder. And then when they come across the binder, they find that the binder is already awakening someone else. And so now they have to fight the binder and also a cat like 3 sin. Oh my gosh, whoa. And then it's this big like finale fight. And then maybe they have more adventures as they go into Cat 4, Cat 5. Maybe the binder was like the lieutenant of an Under Heaven cell. And so the final fight of the game is they breach an Under Heaven cell where they're fighting like 5 binders, each of whom is either like bound to sin or tied to a sin and it's like partially imagoed, like, and it's this big giant final fight because they said that they wanted or they signposted that they wanted to interact with Under Heaven. This, as you might have guessed, is basically exactly how I run D&D, Werewolf the Apocalypse, Lancer. It is a game that I give them options in the beginning. I see what interests them, and then I kind of just like quietly wrap up all the plot lines they didn't really express an interest in, because I recognize that what matters is the player involvement, the engagement. I watched Division 12, but I recognize how it's an outlier to the normal formula. I've heard it's like completely like edited and presented. Like it's not presented as a game. It's presented as a piece of like a show. I believe. I have not watched Division 12. I keep hearing people recommend it. Which is what I would want to do. But like, if I was to go through and I was to summarize all of like CAIN Valentines, I would want to like put in like some production to it, and I would want it to be like a plot summary of the entire game, not a play-by-play of like, oh, in this session we did, like, up until now, I've kind of done plot summary, like play-by-plays. I've done like, oh, in this session we did this, in that session we did that. Whereas this, I would like probably take some liberties, and I would make it more accessible to new people. It's also incredibly light on the investigation. Yeah, in my games, my investigation, I personally feel I've gone very light on the investigation. My player time and time again has said how much they appreciate the investigations I've run. Because like, I'll add in red herrings, I'll add in plot threads that don't go anywhere, but almost always my investigations will always lead back to the right spot. They're usually pretty quick. They don't ever take more than a session, but the investigation almost always is like, has forward momentum. My players complimented me a lot on how forward facing and how active my investigations feel, which I think if I tried to go for a longer hunt, if I tried going for like, hey, I want this hunt to take like 4 sessions. The goal is I want to hit like pressure 5. I want you to be sweating because you don't know where the palace is. You don't know like where the sin is. You don't know who the host is. You are going in basically blind. I feel like that would feel more like a slog, which has its place, but I haven't done this until now. You like this structure? Probably could use it. Yeah, you can use it in more than just CAIN. Edited like a show. Yeah. And like, I'm of the opinion, I've said this before, and I have posted like at least one stream of an actual play to Patreon. So I can have people disagree with me and they can point to a specific example if they want. But I am of the opinion actual plays are a very poor way of exploring the TTRPG medium. I think something like Critical Role or Dimension 20 or any of the other fantastic shows out there are at their best when they're effectively live improv theater. And that's because even though I really enjoy combat, even though I really enjoy number crunching, it's not fun to watch combat in D&D. It's not fun to listen to other people talk strategy for their Lancer game. And so that's why I think LA by Night is by far the best actual play series I've seen. Like the single best TTRPG show I've seen is LA by Night, which is a Vampire the Masquerade game. Where, because it's Vampire the Masquerade, there's no crunchy combat. There are plenty of rolls. There are plenty of powers utilized. There are plenty of game mechanics leveraged, but ultimately it's a narrative game, so it has a very narrative feel to it. Just listen to their soundtrack. I asked a question on the Ask Something. I feel like it may have been misworded or misspelled. Sorry in advance. Oh, I see it. I'm coming up to it soon. So if you want to ask it again here, feel free. Once I ask it in chat. Once I read the question for it. How do you feel about players using their pathos for risk rolls, or is that already a thing? And so my understanding, pathos. You fail a roll, you get pathos. When you get pathos, you take all of it, you put it on Divine Agony, you get up to 3 dice, 1 for each pathos. And you can only do this once per session, only 1 person can do this per scene. Right? I don't, like, pathos doesn't come up much in my game. However, I like pathos as a mechanic. I actually really like pathos. That's the first CAIN short I made, was talking about pathos. And Divine Agony. And I like the small amounts of support it's gotten. I don't think it came up like at all in Harpocrates dossier, but in Glory Unto Them, there were some pathos references. I've made some pathos references in like Virtue Blasphemy development. So like, I like the little bit of support pathos has gotten. I don't know what you mean by what's it called? Pathos on risk rolls. Do you mean like spending pathos to like Divine Agony, a risky roll? That's fine. HarpDOS has a whole blasphemy that uses pathos as a mechanic. What do I mean? Oh, right. Yeah, I forgot. I'm not gonna lie. I read through like 12 blasphemies back to back in Harpocrates dossier, and then they got changed because I read it like a week before 2.0 dropped. So, bleh. Bro for gore? Yeah, exactly. Have I played Slay the Spire 1, 2, or board game? If so, favorite character? I actually have almost exclusively played Slay the Spire 1 on stream. You can find the VODs, and actually I made a short about it. I actually made a short about a poison build I did with the Silent, where I got like 600 poison on the final boss of my run. Ironclad, I think, is solid. I really like Silent. Defect, I've had a lot of fun with. Defect. And Watcher, I'd say Watcher is probably my least favorite just because I'm the least experienced with it. I would say Silent is probably my favorite. I love Shiv builds. I love poison builds. I love being able to like do a backflip. Defect is really fun when I can just stack like I can like use powers to get like 7 electrical orbs, and then I get 1 like dark orb, and then my dark orb just improves in power, and then I deal like 70 damage with a dark orb that's doubled because I did like a twin cast for free. Have a good rest of the stream. Thank you, Sable. I love the pathos system, but my players forget about it and never end up using it. Yeah, my player forgets too. I forget all the time. And like, because it's a one-on-one game, I generally don't have like the NPCs use pathos or whatever. I actually only until this hunt, like NPCs until this 4th and final hunt, did not get agenda abilities. I only gave them agenda abilities now for the sake of simplicity. So pathos has not come up much in my game, but my players used it a couple times, like Divine Agony like twice. Although when I played as a player, I remember I used Divine Agony because I could not roll to save my life. I rolled on I think a normal roll, it wasn't even hard. I rolled 12 dice over like 4 rolls. And I got like 2 successes. Which statistically, I should have gotten like 6. And it was so frustrating. But then in the second session, my dice luck came back to me and I actually managed to take out the hound pretty easily. So it's really just a matter of that. The board game for Slay the Spire, I actually really want to try out the board game. If you don't know, I love board games. Prior to like hopping into like TTRPG Tube, I considered I guess I still consider now my special interest to be board games, and like TTRPGs fall under that. I love board games. I love Betrayal at House on the Hill. I love the mechanics of like Villainous. Clank is really fun. Nemesis is really fun. I'm just listing board games that come to mind. Legendary, the deck building card game comes to mind. One game I really, really, really want to play. Who Goes There? Which is based off The Thing. And the really cool thing about Who Goes There is it is a board game that is a hidden traitor game where guaranteed none of you start off infected. And then there's a deck of 12 cards where 11 of them are blank and one of them has a blood stain. And anytime you're exposed to the thing, you have to draw a card. And so if I'm playing with Sable and Malo and Sperez, and I have 5 cards in my hand, and Sperez has 1, Sperez might be the thing, and everyone thinks it's me because I have 5 cards. Statistically, it's probably me, but then everyone's paranoid. Everyone doesn't trust each other, and you have to sleep, and you have to eat food, which might be infected. Or you might get infected by someone who's with you. So you have to bunk with someone every night. And at that point, you can secretly show each other if you're going to infect each other or not. Humans can never infect each other. The thing can choose to infect or not infect. And so the thing can choose, I'm not going to infect this person. Sperez might bunk with Sable, not infect Sable. Sable now vouches for Sperez. Now it's 2 against 1. I have no one to vouch for me. I have 5 cards in my hand. Everyone thinks I'm the thing. And then the craziest thing about all of this, does anyone know what the thing's goal is? Once you become the thing, what do you think your goal becomes? Everyone else's goal, everyone's human goal, repair the helicopter and leave. You have to venture outside, get helicopter parts, get maps, get fuel. You have to get to the point where you can leave. You need a certain amount of helicopter points. Julie, do the thing. And she's like, well, I guess, sir. And then he's like, no, not like that. This is PG-13. The thing's goal is also repair the helicopter and do everything exactly the same, because the thing's goal is to go and spread to the rest of humanity. The human's goal is to escape without the thing and go to the rest of humanity. And so the thing does not have an alternate win condition. The thing needs the helicopter to work and it to get on the helicopter and leave. And so the thing is trying its best to legitimately blend in. It's not killing people. It's not sabotaging people. It is literally actually trying to blend in, which is never like Mafia, Werewolf, all those games. It's all about like, yeah, you're trying to blend in, but like to kill people. The thing is literally trying to do the exact same thing, and it's entirely social deduction, critical reasoning, and luck. You thought the thing's goal was to clobber it? No, have you checked the time? It's 3:10 for me. It's not clobbering time, is what I'm saying. And so the thing's goal is identical. However, if the thing infects everyone and there's no humans, the thing doesn't know how to fly a plane, doesn't know how to fly a helicopter. So it loses. So the thing needs at least one other human to go on the helicopter with it and for the helicopter to be repaired in order to win. Which is crazy to me. Dude, there are. Chat, what do you think about CAIN third-party organization idea of transportation company that uses time travel submarines to get cargo and time? Also hunt down mysterious entity Ahab style. I like hunting down a Grace entity Ahab style. I feel like adding time traveling cargo shipments is jumping the shark, personally. Because Flux is a new blasphemy. Flux is new, which obviously time shenanigans, it could also be old, but like time shenanigans. But to me, that's a bit much. Can a human kill itself to not let the thing escape? So what it is that it's in who goes there. All of you have a rank, and the person with the highest rank, lowest. So it's like one up, like one is the best rank. So the highest rank, number one, it's like the expedition leader. They automatically are on the helicopter, and they single-handedly choose who joins them, who leaves. However, everyone can vote to not abide by their decision. So if you think the expedition leader is compromised, they can step down and let rank 2 go up. And so rank 2 goes up. And now rank 2 chooses everyone. Everyone has to agree to that. So what happens is that if B is infected, and it's B and Mono and Dummy and Stevie and all of you are arguing, and B is like, hey, listen, I will step down. Mono, you're rank number 2. You choose who goes on. And you step up and you choose who goes. Maybe Mono is the thing. Maybe Mono is the one, and now Mono is guaranteed to be on. Mono just needs to get one other person on board. That's all Mono needs to do. But then what if Dummy goes, I still don't trust Mono. Listen, do not get on that helicopter with Mono. If you do, like, we will lose. And so Mono has to step down. And now Stevie steps up. And now Stevie's up there. And then Stevie and Dummy are like, well, we trust each other, so we can just get on. And now B's like, hey, don't leave me behind. If you leave me behind, that will damage the helicopter. Like, you get penalties for every human left behind. Take me with you. And Mono says, well, I know you don't trust me. But like, clearly, even if I'm the thing, if all of us go, it's not that bad. And then they're like, well, that's what the thing would say. And like, you're all arguing. And you're trying to minimize how many people you leave behind, because that penalizes your final roll, while also minimizing if the thing gets on. Of course, Mono. I do like the idea of like there being a special like XO sub, which, let's be real, that's most player characters. But I like the idea of like an XO sub that goes around hunting a specific water, like maritime Grace entity. And imagine they like go into the Psychic Sea. Oh my gosh. They like follow it into the Psychic Sea. Because canonically, in my game, you can go into the Psychic Sea and come back. Justice, like in the game that I ran, went into the Psychic Sea and came back out. So it's possible. Let's a question more a comment. If the thing you like the most in Stellaris is making money, I'd recommend the Megastructure and Megacorp DLCs if you choose to buy DLCs. Thank you. I don't plan on buying any DLCs, and I really like money. I like money. Diplomacy. So like International Council or Intergalactic Council and espionage. I would say those are probably the big 3 things I like. I like, which funny enough, I'm a mafia boss. Who would have thought? I like making money and extorting people for favors, really is what it is. I like having such a good economy that I can just force you to do what I want because I bankroll your entire system. I think that's really fun. Is it just me, or do a lot of grimdark TTRPGs feel lackluster? They're just D&D with a dark fantasy filter. Only one I can think of is CAIN, World of Darkness, Call of Cthulhu, Blazing Dark that does that justice. So what you're describing is D&D fulfills the fantasy of high fantasy. And a lot of people make systems inspired by D&D that are grimdark. And the one example that comes to mind is The Crows by MCDM, which I would say fulfills a different fantasy than the high fantasy with a grimdark coat of paint than D&D does. As someone that's never played The Crows, The Crows is about dungeon delving. The Crows is about being a it's Darkest Dungeon. You're playing a Darkest Dungeon character. And I think that's really neato. I think that's really cool. Even though it shares aesthetic similarities to D&D in that it's both like a fantasy setting and it has like combat systems, it's completely different mechanically. It's different vibes-wise. I don't know enough D20 fantasy grimdark settings or systems off the top of my head to give this question justice. This just means we gift you DLC. Listen, if I had a bunch of viewers gift me DLC for Stellaris, I guess I have to play it at that point. I would feel rude not to. Oh, freaking, like, someone gifted me something on Throne recently, and I have no idea what it is. I have no idea what they gifted me, and Throne won't tell me. The message that they sent it with is, I don't even know what I ordered you. And I don't know what they ordered me. I think that I got like one of the PDFs I listed, but Black Sword Hack is is pretty good. It's a surprise. It's a surprise. Listen, on Throne, I mostly just did TTRPG PDFs because I did not realize that you could just get me them via itch. Which not all of them, obviously, but like, or not PDFs, hardcovers. I did not realize that you could get me like PDFs on itch. So this is probably cheaper for you to just give me it on itch as opposed to like me needing to go through like Amazon to get like a hardcover. But also like there are cosplay options on Throne. And I talked about this earlier. I talked about this the other day. People mentioned they want to see me cosplay Fortitude. And I have said, I'm actually so down to do that. I just don't know how. So I would need to like get some more experience in cosplay before I do something like cosplay Fortitude. Because Fortitude's actually a pretty easy cosplay. It's just the helmet that's the tricky bit. So there are like pre-made cosplays you can get for people on Throne. And I have said, if someone buys me cosplay via Throne, I will at the very least try it. I don't know if I'll make content about it. I will at the very least try it. And if it fits, I will like try to make some content about it. I've learned to dissect grimdark from other genres that influence it for me. Personally, I prefer dark fantasy. I prefer dark fantasy over grimdark. And like the real answer, the real defining factor that separates dark fantasy from grimdark for me is what separates Dark Souls and Berserk. Which, to put it bluntly, is just the depiction of assault. Like in something like Dark Souls, assault just doesn't happen, or if it does, it's so like in the background and not present, you don't have to worry about it. And something like Berserk, it's all the time. Grimdark likes adding in violence of that kind because it's very taboo and it's very reactive from the audience. It makes things suck a lot more to think like, oh no, this fun activity in real life that does have bad things happen in real life, but is ultimately enjoyed by a lot of different people, is horrible and awful in this world too. And that's just something I don't vibe with. I think that that's exploitative. I think that's nasty. Dark fantasy, meanwhile, tends to not do that, even though I would consider like the Castlevania anime, the Castlevania Netflix show, to be dark fantasy, and they actually do depict that. Season 3 finale has a couple instances of like, but it's never like the focus. And I thought season 3 was half good, half bad. I am firmly on the opinion that in Castlevania the show, season 3, Trevor and Sypha was good. Hector sucked. Alucard was awful. And Isaac, like, single-handedly was like the best character in the entire show. Like, Isaac's depiction in Castlevania is still like one of my favorite characters that I've seen depicted in media in the past couple years. Isaac was such a compelling character from season 2 through season 4. Right? Isaac carried season 3 on his back. Like Trevor and Sypha, I enjoyed. If it was just Trevor and Sypha, Hector, and you cannot even read this, I'm so sorry. If it was just Trevor and Sypha, Hector, and Alucard, I would say season 3 was bad. Like hating. Okay, Alucard as a character, I like him. Alucard as depicted in season 3 sucked. Alucard's entire arc in season 3 is he is living in his father's castle after they slay Dracula. He is basically acclimating to the fact that he is like losing his mind from being solitary. These two vampire hunters who are like very green come to him, and they basically want to learn from him. And so he teaches them. And the entire season is like, oh, they don't trust him, but he's growing to care for them. And like they're like these twins that are like half his age or something. And then it all culminates where they approach him in his room, and they like take off their clothes and they're like, hey, hanky panky. And then he's like, oh, I feel so touch starved, sure. And then they go ahead and do that. And it's like really weirdly depicted. And then they use magic items that they stole from his castle to try to assassinate him. And what they do is they basically are like, they seduce him in order to get him into a vulnerable position and try to kill him, forcing him to kill them. And at the end of the season, he puts their bodies on stakes like his father did, as a warning to anyone else that would come by. And I didn't care about these two vampire hunters. I don't think he had any chemistry with them. I think the fact that they tried seducing him came out of nowhere. And then I think that the only good thing about his entire arc was the beginning, is that it showed that he missed Trevor and Sypha despite like having a lot of personality clashes with them. And that at the end, he was like turning into his father. And then in season 4, they removed the bit of him turning into his father, and he's just a good guy again, which like, Isaac was goated. I wish we saw more of his journey from hating humanity. We did. We saw all of season 3. All of season 3 was Isaac going through, and I love the fact that they did this more than once in different aspects. Isaac's arc through season 3, I'm going to go and kill Hector because he betrayed Dracula, the only man I can truly respect. Humanity is a sickness, and even Forge Masters like Hector and myself must be eradicated. And then he encounters a guy who he has a bunch of demons behind him. And then the guy he's talking to is like, oh, well, you know, I'm a sinner myself. So from one sinner to another, here's a gift. And Isaac's just like, what do you want for this? And then the guy who like gives him like a little like tiny pocket magic mirror is like, consider it my means of atoning in whatever way I can for when inevitably we both find ourselves in hell. And Isaac just goes, I don't plan on being in hell, but thank you. And then immediately a bunch of guards like try to push him out of their city. And then he kills a bunch of guards. And so then he goes to a ship that has a captain on it. And he's just like, and the captain's like, yo, what do you want? And he's just like, well, I was thinking I would have my demons kill all of your crew and I would take over your ship. And the captain's like, listen. Do your beasties there know how to pilot a ship? And then Isaac's like, no, but they could figure it out. And the captain goes, listen, if you could just pilot a ship with any old like doohickey you got there, would you need sailors? And Sailor's like, and Isaac's like, I suppose not. And then the captain says, listen, I'll transport you. Just promise not to eat any of my crew. And Isaac's like, certainly. And then Isaac has a conversation with the ship captain. And Isaac explains like what happened with like the magic mirror guy and the guards, and like focuses on how the guards like don't understand and they're like humanity is swine. And the captain's just like, well, what about that dude that gave you the mirror? What about me? As far as I can tell, I've never seen no one like you. However, I do know that there are good people and there are bad people all over the world. And there's a lot more bad people than good people. But does that mean that you take out all the good people for the bad? And Isaac's like, that's something I hadn't considered before. And then the captain drops him off. And then immediately he gets attacked by guards again. And Isaac is like, bro, like, this is why I hate humanity. You're all so effing rude. And then he sicks his demons and like kills an entire town. And Isaac throughout the entire season 3 is going like literally flip-flopping back and forth of like, do I give humanity a chance? And in the time skip between season 3 and season 4, man's like ascended via his own wisdom. Man's like unironically like became enlightened. Like he's a follower of Islam. He's Muslim. And he like starts speaking about how like in like finding peace with humanity, he is like reconnected with like Allah, and like he has like found his divinity and like the divine spark within him, and like he is just so like chill And he's so like, all of the hatred he had in his heart is basically gone. And like, he buries dead humans now, even though he could turn them into more demons. And like the demons underneath him are like wondering why he's doing this now, but they follow his orders anyway. And then he goes and he fights like, he finds Hector and he's like, I was going to kill you, but I see now that there's no reason to, right? You were as much a tool as I was. And I have moved past that, and you can too. And like, it's, dude, man's ascends like to like tier 3 Nirvana or something. It's crazy. Yeah, seasons 1 and 2 are one story, season 3 and 4 are another. They are, and I think that half of the season 3 to 4 story sucked, half of the season 3 to 4 story was good. And I think Isaac's was really good. I think Trevor and Sypha was pretty good. And then I think Alucard's story sucked all the way through, and I think Hector's story sucked all the way through. Yeah, bro achieved Golconda. Like, straight up. Mans went from being like, I hate humanity because... Was he a slave? What was he like he was like a servant, or he was a slave? He was like under someone else and was mistreated by them until he killed that person. And then was like awoke to his forged master powers, could make demons, was picked up by Dracula, is a misanthrope, hates humanity, and wants to see humanity's downfall. Like, Isaac wants to kill all humans. Hector wanted all of the humans to be cold, like cattle, right? Hector wanted humans to be cold, vampires to rule over humans. Hector hates humans, but ultimately, like, doesn't have like the like malice in him. Isaac was like, no, I hate humans. I want all humans eradicated, including myself. And Dracula responded to that. And Dracula like always questioned Isaac and was like, why are you doing this? And Isaac's like, because I see your great work. I see your great vision. Humans are swine. Humans are worth nothing. You have like wisdom of the ages. And Isaac at one point is willing to sacrifice his life to like buy Dracula more time to escape. And Dracula's just like, you would give your mortal life to save my immortal one. And Isaac just goes, to save the countless like bits of knowledge, the histories, everything that you've learned, without question. And like Dracula's like, then I'm only sorry that I take this away from you. And he like saves his life by throwing him through the mirror, teleporting him away, saving Isaac's life at the cost of Dracula then being left vulnerable and having to fight the main characters and eventually losing. Oh, by his father? Isaac's combo with the Philosopher Demon is goated. Yeah, like he talks to the demon, he talks to people, he talks to like good guys, he talks to the witch, he fights the necromancer. It's Isaac, like Isaac single-handedly makes Castlevania for me. I will say oh my gosh, the daylight armor. Do you remember the daylight armor that freaking the female vampire? It was Strega in the daylight armor, because like vampires sleep during the day. However, they were like out on campaign, like fighting humans, and the humans raided them during the day, setting torches to their tents. And so what they did is that Strega, who is like in a relationship with one of the other vampire council, she's like, you get in this coffin, do not open it until I open it. And then she like shoves her girlfriend, fiance, wife, sapphic partner in this coffin, puts on armor. And let me look this up. Castlevania daylight armor. This is fan art, so I want to avoid that. I don't like showing off fan art without either having permission or being able to give credit. So like, this is the armor she wears, where this protects her from the sun. Like, she is just like in full like head to toe armor, fully covered. The only thing visible is this, because she needs to be able to see, and even that, like, it's heavily tinted. And so she goes around and is fighting like 100 humans, and the entire thing is just the studio saying, please let us animate Berserk. Please give us the rights to make a Berserk show. We don't care what arc it is. We don't care where. All we want is to animate Guts in the Berserker armor. So it would probably be like Fantasia. It might be like Millennium Falcon. But like, please. And as far as I'm aware, they got Devil May Cry, which is nice, but not Berserk. Berserk influences everything in Dark Fantasy. It does, and it deserves it. I really enjoy Berserk. I watched a YouTuber do a read through of Berserk through like up until like Falconia, really. And then I also watched the 90s anime where it's about the Golden Age. It's a little bit of Black Swordsman into the Golden Age, and then the Eclipse. And like the 90s anime is probably considered the best anime adaptation of Berserk. I've heard that the 2010 movies are actually pretty good. I've heard the 2010 movies are pretty good. The 2016/2017 animated series is apparently like the worst thing imaginable. Hagwife. Yeah, she became Guts for like 20 minutes, and it was incredible. The lesbian vampire polykill. Were they a polykill? I thought it was Carmilla was uninvolved, Lenore was uninvolved, and then it was Striga and the diplomat. And they were a thing. Lenore was kind of like, oh, you're all my sisters, haha. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm really disappointed. First off, why did they try making Lenore sympathetic? Why did they try making her do that? Also, I was so ready. So what she does, season 3, like literally, they had made a very odd decision, but I understand why they did it. I just personally disagree with it. The season 3 finale was quite literally like a 4-way, where Trevor and Sypha are fighting a demon. Isaac is fighting a necromancer. Alucard is currently having his 3-way with the vampire hunters. And Hector is like being seduced by Lenore, and he is her prisoner, and she has basically been like not honeypotting, but like waving a carrot in front of him, being the nice one to him, being the good cop, until eventually seducing him. And then what it does is that it'll show like 5 minutes of fighting a demon, and then like a minute of fight of like vampire threesome, and then it will show like 3 minutes of like necromancer, and then it'll show like a minute of Lenore seducing him, and then we'll go back to demon, they'll go back to Lenore, then we'll go back to necromancer, and go back to vampire hunter, and they'll go back to Lenore, and then back to vampire hunter, and then back to demon, and then back to necromancer. And the whole thing, I understand from a meta perspective, is they want to show off like the dual nature of like violence, and they want to show off like the contrast between like subterfuge and active violence. And it was like, I understood what they were going for thematically, of like sex and violence being two sides of the same coin, or the idea of like using sex to enact violence versus like heroic violence where you're vanquishing someone. Because this ends up being, they tried to assassinate him, and with Lenore's case, she slips a ring onto him that she basically like asks him to dirty talk and say that like he's hers, and then he does, and then by doing so he binds himself to the ring and like actually literally becomes like hers and is unable to disobey her commands, right? And so I understand what they were going for. I think it was excessive, personally. I'm also me. But then what Lenore does is she takes more copies of the rings, hands it to her vampire sisters, the rest of the council, and says like, hey, put these on. I used this ring to basically get him to do whatever I said. And now he will listen to us whenever we command him when we have these rings on. And they all put the rings on. And I was so ready for these rings to also like make the council under Lenore's control, and for Lenore to actually take over as the main vampiric villain, because all vampires are backstabbing. But like, the show really wanted you to believe, oh no, she's like the sweet nice one. She loves her sisters. She genuinely really likes Hector. Wow. Like, yes, she gaslight girl bosses Hector and being all Yeah. Yeah, women and they witch powers. It was such a strange it was a strange combination of scenes. I understand why they did it, right? Contrasting like romance and intimacy with violence and conquest is not a new thing. However, I don't think I've ever seen it done across 4 concurrent plot lines at the same time, where like literally they would like have 1 to 3 seconds of like fighting a necromancer interposed with like 1 to 3 seconds of Hector being like not even soft dom, like literally just hard dommed by like a really attractive vampire lady. And it's like, wow, that would have been way more goated. That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like it would have been way more interesting if Lenore, the sweet, demure, like, oh my gosh, I'm the carrot, they're the stick, haha. Like, she takes over the council. And maybe, halfway through season 4, Carmilla demonstrates how powerful she is by breaking free and like killing Lenore, right? Lenore dies by the end of the series anyway. It's fine. And Carmilla still is the final boss, still is the one that's like in control of Hector, still is the one that fights Isaac, blah, 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 blah. But I think that would really be interesting, not just for Lenore, also for Carmilla. A core aspect of Carmilla's character is that when she was either human or a young vampire, she was under the control of an elder vampire and was effectively like subservient to him. And so she has this rage within her of the idea of resisting against the institution of older abusive men, which is why she was so subversive against Dracula. She saw him as just one more decrepit old man trying to assert himself on the world. And I think it would have been very interesting to see that it's not just the people, like, it's not just the demographic she's looking out for. It's also the people she thought she could trust, right? And I think that the series already ends with like Striga and her partner like denouncing Carmilla anyway. So I think that would have been very interesting if like Carmilla kills Lenore. That drives a wedge in all of them because Striga and her partner are like, we could have worked with Lenore. And then they end up leaving anyway. I might just be a hater, but I believe Dracula should be more hated. Like if he got the Omni-Man treatment of getting chewed out by his wife, I'd be satisfied. I was about to say, how would you do that? The end of the series has them come back, right? And I get that it's cute that they came back together. I do kind of agree that I think that what he did should have irreparably damaged his relationship with his wife. I do think that it should have been like I love the man that you grew to be, but you lost your way like after my passing, and like I can't love you now. And then like that's like it ends on a somber note instead. Even if it's not like I hate you, even if it's like listen, I died loving you, but knowing what you've done, I can't love you now, right? Exams are over, you've returned, welcome back. Darn, did I miss part of a Castlevania conversation? Yes, we've been talking about the Castlevania show, and my thoughts on it, because dark fantasy. Do you think you have more doors or wheels in your home? How do you define doors and wheels? Up to your interpretation, but I'd include anything that opens as a door, anything that's spinning stuff as a wheel. I've answered this before. I've talked about this before. Because are cabinets doors? Because they also have wheels in them. Is something that is like a drawer, is that a door? Because you don't open it on a hinge, you roll it out on wheels. Oh my gosh. If I put a divider in a room, and I shift the divider out of the way, is that a door? If it is classic Japanese architecture and it has those kind of like paper dividers like that you slide across to separate rooms, is that a door? If I have a secret bookcase that slides out of the way, is that a door? Is a trap door a door? There are so many variables. No, so we're not arguing vampire logic. We're arguing, where is there more of in your home? Doors or wheels. And I think that the obvious answer is probably wheels, because no matter how many doors you have, so many things have wheels on them. Are ball bearings wheels? Because sometimes you have wheels within wheels. Is a joint that is in a hinge that twists and rotates to open the door, is that a wheel? Do gears count as wheels? Is a hole a door? I don't think a hole is a door. However, I think that it's a portal. I think it's an entryway. Secret bookcase is definitely a door. Trapdoor is no. So trapdoor has door in the name. A door does not make. Didn't Dracula become non-binary god with his way? Okay, so what it was is that they became the rebus, which in like actual real life alchemy, the rebus is the platonic ideal, like literally like the end goal of alchemy. To my understanding, the philosopher's stone is a component of the rebus, and the rebus is the perfect fusion of balance. It is as male as it is female. It is as powerful as it is weak. It is as forward thinking as it is backwards thinking. It is as much in the past as it is in the present. It is the balance of everything that everything can alchemically be balanced to. I don't know if it means puzzle in English. That'd be interesting. But rebus is like the ideal of alchemy, right? So even though it's kind of like glossed over in the show, like it's not like ignored in the show, but like it's not really delved into. Forming the rebus is like a really impressive thing that Saint-Germain does. Also, I will say, like, was it like Larny? Like the weird like vampire dude that everyone's like, oh, he smells weird. It was so obviously signposted that he was death. Like to the extent that I feel like they should have been more subtle. Like at one point they're like, oh, Barney, thank you. Barney. At one point they're like, oh, this is a shrine to death, but not like actual, like the concept of death, like an entity that is like nourished by death. And then at one point Barney's like, oh, I'm sorry, I just really like death. It nourishes me. And he looks in the camera for like 3 seconds and I'm like, okay, buddy. Varney, thank you. It's Varney. The oldest vampire in literature, oh my gosh. Reba McTire, oh my gosh. Like a wheel in my mind has something that spins all the way around. Well, what about a wheel that goes like 60 degrees this way and then back 80 degrees the other way? And just back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. It's locked. Varney predates Dracula by half a century. Ooh. Door equals furniture used to avoid access to a zone. Wheel equals something made to roll. Okay, so if I have... Okay. I have this archway. And I put a grand piano blocking entrance to it. Is this grand piano a door? Alternatively, if I turn a grand piano sideways to fully block it, does it become a door? If I take a grand piano and I put it here and I slide it out of the way to reveal entrance, is that a door? Carmilla also predates Dracula by a good number of years. Oh, wow. Sir Francis Varney appears in Varney the Vampire or The Feast of Blood, a Penny Dreadful serialized in 1845 to 1847. That makes him much earlier than Carmilla in 1871. Oh, wait, Carmilla's like a named vampire? And Varney's like a named... I didn't realize Varney and Carmilla were like named vampires. I guess Carmilla is like a name I've heard elsewise. I didn't know they were like actual historical references. I think it's a door if it's attached to the wall. Is a temporary door. Okay, well, okay. I have a rock. I roll it. Is this a wheel? If I have a donut and I roll it, is this a wheel? If I have a donut that I put like my finger through, or I put like a pencil through and I have it spin around my pencil, is that a wheel? Is a donut that I roll and then I take and put a pencil through it, a different wheel, does it count? The Vampire with a Y, published in 1819. Oh my gosh. Carmilla's a lesbian in the original. Okay, so, oh right, Carmilla's the lesbian vampire. So, in case you didn't know, vampires, historically, were actually used as a metaphor for assault, predation, usually on women in particular, because obviously women are so weak and can't protect themselves, but also like we're victims of a lot of stuff. So, but vampires were analogous for that. And so the idea of sapphic vampires kind of is in line with the idea of like bisexual, like being bisexual and evil, where by becoming a vampire, a woman basically becomes lesbian because now she's going to prey upon women. And the idea of preying upon women is vampiric. And to do so is like a disease that can be spread. And so this all was like unironically rooted in homophobia, which is why the archetype of like the really like, ooh, like mysterious, sexy vampire lady who like has a harem of like really attractive like ladies, like that's actually rooted in like something really problematic. But also like all vampires were super problematic. So it's one of those things that like in modern times it's just kind of been like glossed over, ignored. Bye Arrow, enjoy tabletop sim. Depends how you roll the donut. The round rock is just a ball. That's the thing, is a ball a wheel? If I bore a hole into a ball, does that become a wheel? Isn't Carmilla historical Yuri? I think she was the gay vamp. Yeah. The wheel doesn't have to rotate on an axle, but has to be designed to rotate on one. Well, so I have an axle, and around it, ignore my drawing, I have a gear. I have a saw blade. Is this a wheel? Is a blender a wheel? It spins around. It spins around rotationally. Is that a wheel? Is the lid of the blender a door? Who knows? I'd accept gears and cogs as wheels. You accept gears and cogs. Now, what if I have something where it is a novelty toy? Is a fidget spinner a wheel? It rotates. It spins. Does it have wheels within it? Doors are social constructs. Listen, portals are discrete. Portals are anywhere that leads from one area to another, crosses a threshold. Doors are sold by Big Door to sell more doors. Fidget spinner has a wheel in its midpoint, so yeah. But is it a wheel? Or does it have a wheel within it? How many TTRPGs do I think I can make in a stream? How long is the stream and how like deep am I getting? Because if I'm just making like a bunch of one-page TTRPGs, I could probably make a one-page TTRPG that sucks in 10 minutes. Right? I could just go through and I could grab a template like Lasers and Feelings. I could say, okay, you have a stat. It's between 2 and 5. You roll 1d6 for your abilities. And if you ever want to roll stat X, you have to roll less than your number. You want to roll stat Y, you roll greater than your number. And that's the entire system mechanically. And then I just make one that's sci-fi fantasy. I make one that's urban fantasy. I make one that's horror. I make one that is comedic. I make one, and I just keep doing the exact same rote over and over and over. But if I actually like put in effort and I try to make like an actual like one-page TTRPG, like Bad Deals, that is like mechanically distinct from other systems, I would probably only be able to do like 1 to 2 in a stream. Because if I'm putting in actual effort to it, I'm going to make a first draft. I'm going to change my first draft. I'm going to edit it. I'm going to listen to comments from you. I'm going to change stuff in accordance with comments from you. I'm going to realize that you were wrong. I'm going to change it back, but I'm not going to remember exactly what I put. So I'm going to have to change it back to where I think it was. And then I'm going to do the exact same edits again because I went back to my first draft, not my 1.5 draft. So now I have my 1.5 draft, but then what you said, actually, it does kind of make sense. So I need a midpoint between what you said and what I think. So I have to do that. And then that takes like 2 hours, right? Reality isn't a binary, but a spectrum that we cut into concepts in order to more easily perceive it and communicate. That's why different languages change how you think. Yeah. But how many good ones can I would say I can confidently make in an average stream 2 good 1-page TTRPGs. Or not good, but like of a quality that I put in actual effort to, right? Cars, plenty of wheels is a steering wheel. If I roll down the window with one of those cranks, is the crank a wheel? What happened the last like 4 CAIN Yuri games abridged because I forgot? That is a question to ask in the Discord. Some people will remember. I encourage you to ask there because I'm not going to spend the next half hour summarizing CAIN Yuri. I'm so sorry. Have I seen Obsession? I've not seen Obsession. I'm not sure what that is. What are the odds that CAIN accidentally brings back a medieval knight exo using modern Flux shenanigans? I would say 0. Because I'm operating off the assumption Flux as a blasphemy only came into existence recently. And I'm basically going off of like paradox rules. I'm going off of like, you can't flux something from before you had Flux. And also, a lot of Flux is actually just alternate realities. It's not actually messing with time. A lot of Flux is I look into an alternate reality, I stutter back to another alternate reality, I influence an alternate reality, and CAIN denies this. But it is more alternate realities. So like you could have like, oh, an alternate reality where we never went past the medieval age, but like, I don't know. Y'all still going? I do that. Yeah, edit to do that as well. Haven't played it myself, but it sounds fun. Oh, Monty Python's Flying Circus Rig? The Game Master periodically changes between the players through the course of the... Oh, wow. Is it Monty Python's Flying Circus Rig? I heard there was a system called Flying Circus. I didn't realize it was tied to Monty Python, but I keep getting it recommended because apparently it's really good. A wheel is more made something in one direction an indefinite amount more than any other direction. What about wheels that go 2 ways? A car wheel... So are you saying on one plane? So up and down? Or are you saying forwards? Only forwards? Flying Surface is, as far as I'm aware, a different game around fight. Yeah, it's fighting planes. Okay. Are you going to partake in the 1-page RPG Jam 2026? Last time my question wasn't clear enough. Yeah, so I don't have plans to. I don't know anything about it. What is this? 1-page TTRPG Jam 2026. Let us click on this. Is it the one with 88 entries that already ended? Not human? Yeah, it was back in like March. Oh, I looked it up. Yeah, this is like back in March. No. Yeah. March happened in 2026. Like I'm aware of what I'm saying. Oh, this is 1-page Weekender 2026. Yeah, I clicked on the first link that came up, and this is the one that came up. Yeah, 1-page Weekender. 1-page TTRPG 2026. Game jams? Jams. So this is the format. This is 2022. Upcoming? 1 game a week? Yeah, this is just not here. Oh boy, I can join a NSFW jam. Yeah, I just don't see it. Can I post links? Yeah, go ahead. There's one starting in July. I can't find this. I sent the link. I do not see the link. Unless you meant on Discord. Goodness gracious. Yeah, so... Oh, well. 3 messages. Yeah, it's not... I didn't even get like a, hey, this message has been withheld message. I literally just don't see it. So, links... No work, I guess. My handwriting's gotten significantly worse. Oh my, so it's been 4 hours. I said this was gonna be a 2-hour stream. I need to like go do stuff. That was the final question that I see. Early literature often blurs vampire, revenant, ghoul, demon. Well, because all of those things are like, we think they're prescriptive. They're actually descriptive. We, as modern audiences, draw the line between a ghoul and a revenant. But for most of human history, the idea of a ghoul was synonymous with the idea of a revenant. A goblin was synonymous with pixie, right? What do you mean I'm a bit of a liar? What do you want about? Y'all keep like begging for me to be here. Y'all keep not letting me go. Y'all keep like tugging upon my sleeve as if I'm some sort of adult tying you to reality, and you, the fair child you are, is desperately trying to get me to go from the grocery store that I caught my friend at and have been yapping with for the past 10 minutes. You cling to me. You grab upon my sleeve. You tug upon mine shorts, and you say, Mama, Papa, might we be going now? I have what wonderful toys to play with back home as I sip upon my cup of gruel. And I say, not now, small one. I'm talking to your, like, English teacher from 3rd grade, who I haven't seen in 10 years, but who still remembers both of our names. Is any award-winning game channel about making new one-page TTRPGs? I mean, like, if you want to join this, link's here. This is the link. Someone's brought this up a couple times now. I don't have any connection to it. Shrug. I don't really plan on hopping in, because I do other stuff. Like, if the interest strikes me, I might make something. Like, you know me, I love making TTRPGs. I do so just for fun. But like, I don't have a plan to. How long was the stream expected to be? I went into the stream saying, I'm going to stream for 2 hours and I'm going to be productive and I'm going to write notes for CAIN. And then today happened and I talked about CAIN and my notes for about 20 minutes and it's been 4 hours. So, yeah, not the best look on me. Sorry. You can submit bad deals to it. No, no old games reposted. They must be made specifically for the jam. I mean, like, I also don't see anything about like, oh, if you win, you're gonna get something. So I don't have any impetus to join. This would entirely just be for fun. So if in the month of July 12th to August 16th, I come up with a one-page TTRPG and it happens to fill the optional theme, I may submit something to it. But I don't plan to. Like, rule 2, gotta be made during the jam. Yeah. Error should lock in next time. We should remind chat. That last week, I had y'all scream with the wails of the damned. I wanted you to shake heaven with your submission to the pain and suffering that I was to unleash upon all of you should I go long. And that did not deter me because I was like in the mood. I got in the mood. And once I'm like in the mood, it's hard to turn me off of making TTRPG stuff. I don't have connection to it either. I just like writing short games. Yeah, it's fun. Anyway, I'm going to hop off. Tomorrow, I have programming listed on the stream schedule. I'm gonna probably play Stellaris. I will probably show off my species that I made for my first species. Then we can make one. We can make the arrow kissers, and I'll just like chat while playing Stellaris. It will probably only be a couple hours because I don't know how. Like, I don't think the interest is there in me playing Stellaris for like 8 hours. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think that people want to watch me play Stellaris for like 8 hours. But I'm a yapper. You absolutely know that I would. Tomorrow is a Lancer video, which I need to record still. Oh my gosh, I need to record that after 4 hours of streaming. Blah. Sunday is a thing. Sunday's a thing. Things I do for you. Idea: identify the average of which the stream is overinstant, and use that constant to actually know how much you will last. Oh my gosh. Anyway, thank you so much for swinging by. I appreciate you all being here. Next stream is tomorrow on Twitch, 11 a.m. PST, where I'll be playing Stellaris. Next stream on YouTube will be Wednesday. Take care of yourselves. And have a lovely day, morning, night, evening, afternoon, whenever. And take care of yourselves. Bye-bye.